Anyway, time for puzzles. Enough of that. Time for puzzles. Let's go. So, where am I? I'm surprised that I'm not at 50% on stars. I'm wondering what I missed. I will have to figure out which star I missed, since I apparently missed a star. Labs, I understand. I do need to find a labs still. And then all of the puzzles, right? Get all the puzzles up to the full 50%. Sounds like a plan. Here for puzzles? I'm here for puzzles too. Let's do some puzzles. Solve puzzles, 7 of 8. What about 10 of 8? I think that's where we're gonna land on puzzles. I guess I didn't solve this particular puzzle. Whatever puzzle this is. Where am I? Oh, right, I gotta solve puzzles 1, 2, and 3. Alright, well, I think I can handle that. Let's go puzzles 1, 2, and 3. Mind-body dualism. Hey out. Hey out. We got additional boys here to help. Boy can stand here. Oh, I needed to stand in the right place over there. Ooh, wait a minute. We got ladders? Unbelievable. What does this control? That one. But we're gonna start with this ladder, yeah? Ladders seem important. Get over here, buddy. Require your assistance. Boy, this game is so much easier when the box moves itself. When you can just be like, hey, companion cube, please sprout legs and walk yourself over to the next pressure plate. that's pretty good. You get some more of that action. Remember to claim the things you sent. Yeah, I'll get into that. I've got to do a bunch of like bookkeeping tonight anyway, so I'll deal with them. All right, come on out, buddy. Onto the platform. Where are we going? Up here, presumably. Maybe. Ah, that was an incorrect jump. You jumped the wrong way. I keep getting turned around. Jeez. Not that way. That way. Thank you. Also, give me that platform. You don't deserve it. Alright, one more puzzle, and then we've got all the puzzles in this area. It's exciting. Dual stream. Oh yeah? We need to get red to both of those. It seems reasonable. Seems like the kind of thing one could do. Oh. I see how it works. Okay. So we get red laser. And it goes to red thing and red thing. And then I fly up here, and I put it on the platform. And then you go high enough to make it actually work. And that solves one of them, and then you move to the other one, and it solves the other one? Presumably? Yep, as expected. Hello. How do I... There we go. Perfect. The thing worked exactly the way I was told it was going. Good news. Alright, should I enter the tower? I guess I enter the tower. Oh, I don't think the tower is down here. The tower is upstairs. This is the car. There is nothing here but the car. Alright, What's our guess? Is Athena gonna show up in the tower and yell at us? Not Athena, Pandora. Is Pandora gonna show up at the tower and yell at us? Or is it gonna be the Sphinx asking us whether this is something that we really want to do? Byron has nothing to say. Oh, we're all going up here. This is where the tower is. That's cool. I love going up. Yep. I get it. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we have exactly one thing we can do here. So we'll do exactly that thing. Well, that's not gonna fly. This is looking good, though. Perfect. There's never anything cool to do in here, is there? It's just like, go up the elevator, talk to the weird nanite material ghost thing. Oh, it's the Sphinx.
For
They got
tricking the
questions
gods
for
to
me.
help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented.
Oh, that's with the
The
vultures, right?
chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
Every answer I give is wrong. Sphinx, why do you ask me these questions if you're just gonna make fun of me? How about you just cut out the cryptic nonsense and tell me if Athena is here? I like that they're giving me this option, because I am in fact just now getting tired of the Sphinx's BS.
Who is this Athena you speak of?
Oh, for just completely done with this. Alright, I mean, I'll believe you when you ask me this question.
Is it Athena you seek, or yourself? Do you speak crudely because you are wise, or because you are a child?
Oh, a child, obviously. Obviously. I mean, I don't even know why you'd ask that. Do you know me? Have you met me?
Pattern is holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like
Yep.
she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from, but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens.
I think
Or
Byron might be
maybe I'm
thinking about this a
completely
little too
missing the
deeply.
point. I don't know. You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
Yakut? I think I'm actually impressed.
Think I'm actually impressed because Yakut read a book? Oh, Melville. Alright, so where am I missing? Oh, this doesn't show the stars. It does show the stars. It just doesn't show the stars on here. It shows the stars here. I'm missing one of the stars here, huh? I have the lab. I'm missing the lab on 3. I'm missing one of the stars on 2? Which star am I missing? Was there a star that I needed to solve a bunch of puzzles for? I feel like there was a star that I needed to solve, like, all of the puzzles. Oh, I was chasing the Prometheus star, and it ended up on the far side of the bridge. Oh, no. It was, I needed to get across the bridge in order to activate the Sphinx star. I remember now. Now I remember. It's all coming back to me, slowly but surely. This Sphinx star. hello? Oh, yeah, okay. We'll talk to you in a second. This Sphinx Star needs me to activate the bridge so I can get to this, this switch. Which, I know where that is. That is out that way. Right? I need to get to that island. That island has the thing. If I try and just run there, I end up underwater, which, as you know, is a problem. Unless I can cross there on the ice. Maybe I can use the ice to get there? Does the ice actually come to, like, the shore in any way so that I can actually reach it? I feel like I have to cross with the bridge. Yeah, I'm just gonna plan to take the bridge over. That seems like a better course of action here. Alright, let's solve some puzzles. As it stands, the only puzzles I have solved here are the 2 triangles. So we might as well start with puzzle 1 and see where we go from there, yeah? Let them ramp up the way they intend to.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What can you do for me? What do you think about Miranda's idea that it's our duty to spread life? What do I think Alcatraz is going to say about this? Alcatraz is directly opposed to Byron. They are, like, exact inverses of each other. Alcatraz, but he's not, like, religiously motivated. He's not like, oh, the founder told us not to. But I think from, like, a scientific level, Alcatraz is going to be like, well, we know that unlimited growth is bad, and we need to do sustainable amounts of growth instead. So, within the confines of sustainable growth, maybe it's our duty to spread life, but let's not go too far. That's my prediction for Alcatraz.
Our ancestors thought they could introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well.
I don't think that applies to places where there's no life, like other planets. Oh, I can poke at it. I'm gonna poke at it.
There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet.
Okay. That is a hell of a way of thinking about it. What do you think about the body replication
It seems
tech?
like something that could very quickly get out of control. You know that saying about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool?
Wow. Okay, that's actually more nuanced than new things bad. So good job on you, Alcatraz. Absorption. Yes, we have an accumulator. Accumulate. Solve the puzzle. We have an accumulator. Wait a minute. We gotta open this one up. Oh, whoops. I can have this solve both of those problems. And then this one can solve blue. Ta-da! I suspect I am not going to get all the way through the 50% mega structure,
Melba,
interactions,
What is it now?
but I'm probably going to get
why
two
did you
of them
upload a picture
today.
of your hand?
That seems like a thing
Why
I
do you
I
care
could
that my
get that
hand is
far
in the
up.
picture?
Your hand isn't in the picture. It is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Is it?
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
Noting some interesting design elements here. Melville just thinks she has a really cool hand. I respect that. It's a good picture of her hand. Haha. I guess I should maybe do a little bit more exploration than just solving the puzzles. Like, what if there's, you know, random human artifacts that are worth checking out? I don't know that there are, but, like, what if there are? Let me get up there. Hand modeling is a lucrative business. So is foot modeling, but maybe for different reasons. I'm gonna do one loop around the puzzle. See if there's anything weird here. So there might be something weird here. I'll see anything weird. There's definitely artifacts that I'm going to have missed. Because while I have done some amount of exploration, my exploration has been kind of goal-oriented. I haven't just explored for the sake of exploring. Like, I haven't run around to all of the corners of these places. Triptych. Oh, that's cute. Alright, well then you get green. And then we get blue, blue, green, and red. No problem. Easy peasy. You don't want to talk about feet, Inkling? It's fine, I don't really want to talk about feet either. Excuse me? Who that? Something is happening. Oh, that's the thing that I just freed. Yes. That happens every time. And I had just completely forgotten that it happened. Good progress, good progress. Alright, where's number 3? Puzzle number 3. Where are you at? That away. You got it. Wait, that's 2. We've done that one. 3 is there. There's a terminal up there too. How do I get up there? There. It's a long trip out from everything. Kind of weird when you personally know someone who has wound up with a page on WikiFeet. I don't know that I have ever browsed WikiFeet. And I'll be honest with you, I'm completely okay with that. This is not, like, a piece of the internet that I feel the need to be intimately familiar with. Like, I kind of agree with Inkling. The whole feet thing is like, that's cool, but how did this become the meme fetish that everybody latched onto? It is definitely a certain amount of not my thing. Oh, that would have been an easier way to get here, wouldn't have? If I had just continued along the path. Maybe you should just be following paths. Did you ever think of that? Jim the Oblivious? Crossing. Okay. So if I do this, whee! Cool. Whee! Cool. Okay. So I can jam that. And then this gets me stone nothing? Oh, access to blue. Alright, well then... Oh, we need red. We need a lot of things, frankly. Alright, so let's get blue into the accumulator. Oh, no, I need to get blue into the accumulator in a different way. Like... by... Actually, what am I doing here? There's blue over there. Okay. So we do this in order to get blue into the thing, right? Yeah, I didn't think that was going to work. But I can't turn it off, so I can't just set the accumulator on the box and then put the box on the thing, which is what I want to do. That work? No. As a lady with feet, all right, fair enough. I guess you could probably just end that sentence right there. Why doesn't this work? What am I trying to do that should make this work? Did it work? Still didn't work. I'm not expecting this to work. I don't know why I keep trying it. And frankly, if it did work, I would be unhappy about it. And there's no way to take the hexagon with the thing still on it, which is a bit of a bummer. What am I trying to accomplish then? Get to the blue. Why is this one so weird? What a weird level. What am I missing here? Oh, I can jam it. There we go. That's the thing I'm missing. Box. Oh god. Just running around is just so messy. Now I can put the accumulator. That's not the accumulator. That's the accumulator. Put you in the right place to solve this problem. And that presumably opens this. Perfect. Now I can do that. And get red. Messy. I forgot how boxes work. No, I forgot how jammers work. I forgot how jammers work for like a hot second. All right, good jamming. Good jamming. Is that Bob Marley? We're jamming. I want to jam it with you. I hope you like jamming too. I'm not a reggae fan. Should I be a reggae fan? I'm a puzzles fan. Where's puzzle number 4? Going that way. No opinions on reggae from the resident metalhead. Alright, yeah, no worries. This is a quick loop around the outside edge on account of maybe there's something cool. Like this path. Where does this go? It goes to the middle of nowhere. Maybe it goes to the triangle I've already solved? Oh. It goes to the Sphinx switch. Sure. You don't dislike it generally. I think that's where I land. Reggae's not my kind of music. It's a little slow for the kind of things that I like, but it has served as a basis for music that I like. There's some really good jungle out there. There's a lot of like reggae influences in some of the best dubstep and some of the best like, you know, finding like reggae influenced drum and bass, you know you're always in for a good time. Anyway, puzzle 4. I don't need to jam this. You could just walk through these things, it turns out. Not sure if you knew that about purple barriers. You could just walk through them. That's pretty interesting about purple barriers. What are we doing here? Where are we going? What am I trying to accomplish? This is a big, open, not a lot going on kind of level. Which is always weird. Okay, well, I guess I probably want red somewhere. That's not somewhere that I can get red through. Also, that wants blue. So, we're missing quite a lot of information here. Like, I could do that, but what does that get me? At the moment, still nothing. There's clearly more going on than meets the eye. What am I missing? Aha! An accumulator. Once I get blue there, I can get an accumulator. That's great. Oh, there's blue here. And also red. Well then. Does that change things? That kind of changes things. How do I get red to here? I think I don't. I think we start with blue. Let's start with blue. Let me figure out what I'm doing with blue. I think I can get blue through these, right? Yeah. What are you? Oh, terrible news. What about over here? Where does this connect to that lets it work? There. Oh, but this I could maybe do through here? Kind of works? With yet another connector it would work? Oh! Wow, that just works? Solid? I'll take it. Unexpected, but I'll take it. The tiny holes in the wall that you definitely can't do anything with, but, like, make you wish you could do something with. Alright, do I want this to be red or blue? Oh, I can't get this out, can I? That's a problem. Where do I want it to connect to, though? Like, my goal now is to connect red here, and or... what? That's pretty much it. Is red to here and red to there at the same time. Okay. So you now need red to here. And I can connect to a thing over there, thusly. Oh, but it needs to get red first. So let's give it red, and then we can move it over here. I think this'll work. And then I just position it so it can see through that window. And then this needs to get read to there. From the accumulator. So that's going to be like here or here. And then we make this work by moving you here. Yeah, perfect. Not perfect. Close. Nailed. Big triangles. Big triangles made out of lasers. Big laser triangles. Good puzzle. Good puzzle. Uh-oh. I have a message. My farming obsession. So I've been playing a ton of this old Gehenna game called Ancient Human Farmer. The title says it all. It's a sort of simple farming simulator. Oh, those are dangerous. Maybe not the most sophisticated game, but I'm getting really obsessed with it. I'm also having some sort of emotional response to it that I can't exactly explain. Like, it makes me happy, but also sad. Does anyone have any idea why this is happening to me? The game appeals to you because of the human need to commune with nature, to live a lifestyle that's not about dominating the world, but coexisting with it. I don't like Ovis. I've probably made this point before, but I don't like Ovis. Ovis is being weird and religious about things. You're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but happy because it reminds you that at least something similar is still possible for us. Ah, you see, you enjoy playing this game because it satisfies your deep-seated human need to be a religious sheep and bow to authority. Shut up, Ovis. Maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us. I think it's actually the opposite of what Ovis is saying. I'm not sure that I like Damien either, but I'll give him a chance. These games are enjoyable because they take us back to a time when we still had agency, when we could build things, grow things, when we could impose our will on the world instead of being completely powerless and inactive. What you crave is the ability to contribute to humanity in real material ways, and you're sad because you're just simulating it is not enough. You don't want to farm, you want to be a pioneer, as we humans were born to be. It's just a game, don't overthink it. As much as I hate to say that Pellegrino is right, I think Pellegrino is right. I feel like Pellegrino has made a business about being wrong in important ways, but just this once, I think maybe Pellegrino is right. Sim Farm got real serious? Yeah, no jokes. I hope that somewhere out there is an actual game called Ancient Human Farmer. I want this to be a real game, so I can find out why Budahas is sad and happy. Well, I definitely don't agree with Ovis. Scratch this one off the list. Damien is also being a little Damien about it. But he's maybe closer than Ovis. Because I kind of agree with that outlook a little bit. I just think Damien's going a little far. Maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us. That is a fascinating way of thinking about it. Alright, well, I'm not agreeing with Ovis, and I'm not agreeing with Damien. because screw both of them. Like A Tale in the Desert. I don't think I know what A Tale in the Desert is. It's just a game, don't overthink it, might be the correct approach, but also, is that really the option I'm going to choose while playing the Talos Principle? I agree with Libestros. Guess I could see your point. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. I'll go play another round now. I think my choice didn't matter. The game is just making a point of making me make a choice. Which, you know, that also checks out. Alright, puzzle 5. Out that way somewhere. Like, I could go straight to the puzzle, but also there's all of this shoreline to look at. Just look at all this shoreline. I'm pretty sure I have explored all of this shoreline before, because I was looking for switches, so we're just going to go straight to puzzle 5. Boy, they really built this, like, dramatic architecture to house some sometimes run-of-the-mill puzzles. For all of the technology they have going on here and all of the, like, fantastical science stuff, there's a lot of focus on architecture. Like, look at this thing. How is this thing stable? Each of these is unconnected to anything. It's just built into the ground. I guess the ground is providing the stability. Tale in the Desert is like ancient Egypt co-op MMO. That sounds neat. That sounds like a cool aesthetic. Puzzle 5. Yep, you're blinking at me. I understand. I know how it is. Sounds amazing. I don't know about amazing. I think amazing is maybe taking it a little far. But we should definitely show it to Senna. Can I get from here up to there, you think? Probably not. Also, let's not bother. Whee! Well, this one's not on. Oh, because it needs blue to be on. Alright, let's get some blue. What's over here? Also a thing that needs blue. Neat. But alright, give me the blue. Give me the blue, boys, and feed my soul. What's the actual lyric? That turns this on. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff. Oh, I see how this works. Alright, so this needs to connect to that and to that. And then we do that. And that solves everything, right? Now I just run through and we're done? All of these puzzles have, like, 2 less steps than I expect them to. It's like there should be another trick. I should have to do this again with another accumulator or something, but nope. Tech unlocks for everyone based on collective action and reaches some pinnacle, after which they reset the game. Each cycle, this sort of like 1.5 years IRL. That's a good amount of time for an MMO, actually. That lines up with like the WoW expansion cycle. Which is what a lot of P server players want, is just like that 1.5 years of constant growth and then reset it and do it again, but better. So what does puzzle 6 look like, you think? That's actually really, really cool. Oh, I want to check that out now. I don't know that I want to play it, but I want to know about it. I want to feel like I'm involved, even if I don't have the time to actually participate and contribute. Reconnaissance. I guess I should run around a little bit and see what I'm working with here, huh? Okay. And what's over here? We got blue. We got a shifter. Oh, this is some big stuff. Okay. So if I told you to become blue, can I? I can tell you to become green. Where does blue come from? Over there. Okay, that worked about the way I expected it to. We got a driller and a connector. Do we actually have anything to drill, or is this just a box? This might just be a box. Alright, now we gotta get green into here. Oh, I get green from the accumulator. So I need this to open this from this side. And then this discharges and becomes green. How do I get you? Oh, the driller! The driller! That's what the driller is for. There is actually a wall that needs drilling. Okay, alright. Hang on. Okay. You can leave this open for now. So that I can run through here. And drill a hole through which I can acquire green. Now that I have green, we can get all of this stuff out. The driller is no longer relevant, so that can stay there forever. And then we have access to green. Yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. Alright, so blue, green, red. You also connect there. And we move this to the other side of the laser. Perfect. You have some installer exe downloaded too, sure. Might be out of date, I would believe that. You got anything to say on the matter? No. What do we have here? The Devil's Bargain. From Theophilus of Adana to Dr. Faustus, from Marlowe to Goethe, there's a story that the ancients keep telling. A wise man tempted by the devil to sell his soul in exchange for knowledge, with terrible consequences. I've long wondered why they thought this story so important, and I'd be curious to hear what others think. Alright. Before anybody else chimes in, before any additional robots or prompts make their ideas known, there is a constant fear that knowledge is dangerous. That knowledge in itself might be evil, but also if you don't have that knowledge, you are not tempted to act in evil ways on that knowledge. It is a moral tale told by people with shitty morals. The ancient writers knew that knowledge is dangerous and its pursuit often leads to tragedy. Knowledge is dangerous for those who want to hoard power. These stories are designed to keep ordinary people compliant. I might agree with Damien. That's kind of a thing. And yet in a lot of the stories I've read, the writer seems fascinated with the devil's side of the argument. Damien's right, it's to keep people compliant. That's an interpretation that I didn't think about, but might actually be somewhat close to accurate. Maldek is right, knowledge often leads to tragedy. Get out. I think they often conflated political anxieties with technological or intellectual progress, because talking about the real problems was taboo. Ooh, I like that one too. Knowledge can be extremely disruptive to a society. They were grappling with that. That's probably the closest to my actual opinion. The pursuit of knowledge comes at a cost, but without it, the world is boring. And deep down, those writers knew that. That might be the argument that 1K actually agrees with the most. I've noticed that I am doing this sort of separate, like, things I think and things that I as 1K think. Like, I'm kind of role-playing 1K with a couple of notches turned up, right? Love of exploration, a certain amount of wanderlust, a certain amount of appreciation of beauty and art. So, like, I think that 1K will think that knowledge is valuable in its own right, and the way that people act on it can be good or bad. But knowledge on its own cannot be evil. It's a pseudo-profound story that writers reused because it made their work look deeper than it was. That's a incredibly cynical take. All three of these are actually not bad. All three of these are things that I could see 1K agreeing with. But this one's the funniest, so I'm gonna click that. Maybe that explains why I always find the beginnings of such stories fascinating, but the endings are always banal. If all that can ever happen is either tragedy or the restoration of normality, what's the point? Yeah? I kind of agree with that. Personally, I think that's bad storytelling. There can also be happy endings, but I guess not if the point of your story is knowledge is bad. If the point of your story is that knowledge is bad, then I suppose there cannot actually be happy endings. Because I fundamentally disagree with the premise. Oh, what are we doing here? Rainbow. That's cute. Oh, okay. So we need red. We got red here. This needs red and green. So that goes here. And this makes green. Ta-da! This would be harder if I hadn't already solved a puzzle exactly like this, but with one less layer.
Every one of these clouds seems to contain exactly the same amount of energy.
Well, if we had any suspicions that the clouds were, you know, natural or something, I feel like that's pretty... I feel like any of this being natural is pretty gone at this point. Like, obviously, all of these are created. And the fact that the clouds are so uniform just shows that they had a really good handle on their tech. Oh, I feel like there was a terminal that I saw and neglected to interact with. Maybe around number 3? Maybe around puzzle 3. I gotta go back over there and take a look. Remember. What am I supposed to remember? Alright, we need red out here. That sounds like a good first step. Can I get red to there? I can get red to there. So what's over here? A cube! Do you love me some cubes? And also red here. Okay. So we gotta get, Okay. So if I pull... Oh! Whoa! What does this do? Wait a minute. Oh, it also opens this door. Wow, that is fascinating. Huh. Okay, sure. Alright, so my goal now is to get the accumulator out. But also I'm going to need that cube out later. What am I doing here? I need to get cube and accumulator out to here. So, how do I get cube back? Thusly. But I feel like I might be missing a step here. Because I need to get the cube into here. Or I need to get that into there when this is my only source of red. Like, I need to get that. I need to keep this door open while moving the source of red. Which, oh, wait. If I do this, I can keep it open with an accumulator. Or the, yeah, that thing. But then I gotta get that thing out here. So let's actually do that. Open that. What, do I need accumulator out here? I don't think I need accumulator out here. I need accumulator connector? I need all three of them out here. Is that true? What order lets me get this done? Because I need this, and then I do this, and now that I've done that, I need the accumulator out here. Not the accumulator, the, connector. Yeah, I need all three of them out here. How do I get all three of them out here? Maybe I don't need all three of them out here? If I don't need all three of them out here, how do I accomplish this? But if I pick this up... that up, like I can stand here, but that doesn't accomplish much. I'm missing something. There is a step to this process that I have not resolved. Surely not. Can you accomplish anything from here? Not really. Okay, so accumulator out here opens the door. Connector out here opens the door if something is here. And that something can't be an accumulator because the door already needs to be open, right? Something is wrong. Oh, I'm a dummy. I can get them all out. I just need to be smart about it. Once again, forgot how cubes worked. Alright, now everything is simple because all of the things are out here. Once all of the things are out here, everything is simple. Man, it helps if you remember how mechanics work. That was far more of a struggle than it needed to be. Just way more of a struggle than it needed to be. Alright, where is 3? Because I think there was a terminal. feel like here I saw something and neglected to interact with it. Yeah, here we go. Get interacted with. And yet it moves. Fascinating story I discovered in the archive concerns a great scientist by the name of Galileo. This remarkable man made huge contributions to the early development of science, but was best remembered for becoming embroiled in a controversy with the church that ended with accusations of heresy, a trial, and him being placed under house arrest for the rest of his life. The cause of the controversy? He argued that the Earth revolved around the sun, a view we would describe as self-evident, and which the Inquisition described as foolish and absurd in philosophy, and formally heretical. The story became emblematic for how society often punishes those who try to push our understanding of the world forward in the modern day. There's a legend that at the end of his trial he muttered, "And yet it moves." A beautiful idea, but untrue, because defying society is hard. It comes at a high cost, and not everyone is capable of bearing it. What would you have done in his place? What would I? Mitku 166. I think I would have tried to stand up for the truth. It's harder than it sounds. Fighting an authority like Elohim is one thing, but when even your friends and allies may renounce you for holding an unacceptable opinion, it takes enormous willpower to continue. But if nobody does it, society gets stuck. It's true. It's really true. All right, what does this garbage say? Where is the thing? And yet it moves. Top of the page. The hex says, always be ready to speak your mind, and a base man will avoid you. That's true. You can, scare off the muggles by always speaking your mind. The role of puzzles in the simulation was so important to the creation of our civilization that it has left an indelible imprint. But sometimes I worry that this is an issue. Alexandra Drennan thought of human beings as problem solvers, but the real world isn't anything like the simulation. Yes, there are problems to solve, but there isn't a tetramino waiting to reward you. There's just another problem, and another, and another. Our veneration of the puzzle may be blinding us to the fact that sometimes there isn't a neat solution. That sometimes life is just a slog, and the best you can do is muddle through. Guo 20. Unfortunately true. I agree, Guo. Life should be more like video games. From Aurora. Dear Athena, have you really left us for good without even saying goodbye? I know we haven't spoken much lately, but isn't that just part of the slow, relaxed lives we now lead? Oh, we don't have a number for Aurora. Interesting. Tetramino's holiday gifts. That's pretty cool. After all those centuries of struggle, trying to build New Jerusalem, I thought we deserved a rest. And if that disappointed you, why didn't you say so? I know you disapprove of all those silly titles they give us now, but we really were your first companions. We know what it was like. I was there when Yemo died. I remember the horror of realizing there was no way of bringing him back. The impossible finality of it, and then the determination to make it make sense, to have it be part of a story that leads to a better world. I've never abandoned that, Athena. I just thought that maybe I could spend some time on the things that make life worth living too. Maybe I lost track. Maybe I failed you. I don't know, because you didn't tell me. Yeah, that is extremely real. Boy, Athena really does just up and leave everybody behind, huh? That's not cool. Like, I get that Athena was suffering under the pressure of being the founder and didn't like what people had turned her status into, probably. But like, just herring off without telling anybody, like, that leaves a lot of pain in the stomach, you know? What are we doing here? Sure. It'll eventually work. You just put shapes down and eventually it works. It didn't work. I see the problem. I have not... Wait, I have not resolved the problem. Damn it. Problem is this. And then it's going out the wrong side. So how... Maybe the problem is this? But then everything is direct. No. Okay. So... It's this. And then this. And then this. And then this. But how do I get that all the way over there? Wow, this one's actually hard. So far, the puzzles have seemed easier. Yeah. Oh, what's up, Miranda? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are
Oh, it's Athena.
renouncing
Never mind.
civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans, blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
All right. So that is pretty much the opinion that we expected of Athena, right? That the sort of mythical weight that her society has placed on the goal was incorrect as far as she was incorrect to her. That it's not a hard stop. You just need to be mindful about what you're doing and how you're doing it. There it is. But she couldn't handle the single-minded approach that people were taking. Which, honestly, that checks out. This is the thing that I'm like constantly saying is you've given me two options, but neither of these options have any nuance. And the real answer is nuanced. So Athena's like, actually, it's not just yes or no, there's nuance.
None may know what came first, error or sin, and yet every choice depends on it.
Disagree. Error or sin? What are you even talking about? Sphinx, what is your issue? You just want to ask questions. You don't actually care about the answers. Hey, it's Pandora
Halt,
again.
Creature of clay. You have taken another step towards the flame.
Which, as we all know,
Before
is a
you
problem.
continue,
That's a disaster.
Ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Lady, I'm a robot. I don't know how 1K would answer this, but I love Lady I'm a Robot. Would 1K approach this seriously? I think 1K would approach this seriously, right? I think 1K is young enough to be like, okay, you've asked me a question. I will engage on this level because I don't know any better. I mean, I think as always, there is nuance, but society moves forward. We have made mistakes in using them, but the good outweighs the bad.
And you repeat your mistakes until they destroy you.
The good outweighs the bad! Did you not hear me? You know, sometimes I think these enormous nanite constructs just aren't listening. Sometimes I get the impression that they don't value my opinion.
There's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged. 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
Alright, so that is all of the stars for this zone, which is perfect. I think I'm going to take a quick detour to the thing. And dump all the stars? Yeah, a quick detour to the astronomy shrine and dump all the stars. Lasers! There's really a lot of lasers in this game. Do you think the Witness has done the puzzling world a disservice by making all puzzle rewards lasers? Is the Witness's influence outsized? I don't know that it is, but I feel like a lot of the bigger production puzzle games take a lot of influence from the Witness and Talos Principle. I don't know if that's a problem, but it definitely feels like a thing that has happened. So now we have 4 of each kind of star so far, and also at least 1 kind of star that we haven't seen yet. I fully expect that as we get deeper into the game, the puzzles will get more difficult, but the first 2 sections have definitely felt easier. And, the Pandora puzzles are neat echoes of the way star puzzles worked in TP1, but there's definitely not been anything on the level of the complexity of the star puzzles from TP1 in this game. And I feel like even early on, you got some of that complexity, some of that, like, twist to it, right? The thought of, like, oh, actually you can do something that breaks the rules that are sort of implicitly assumed to be true in order to resolve this puzzle using a variety of different resources. And the Pandora stars kind of make that explicit. It doesn't really feel like you're breaking the rules, because it's, like, kind of set up to entice you to break those rules in very specific ways. It's not a matter of creativity. It's a matter of, like, this is how this puzzle works. and it's just another puzzle like the other puzzles, instead of the feel of TP1, where it felt like you were getting away with something by solving the star puzzles. But again, I'm almost halfway through, and that's halfway through the first half, which, you know, I would expect the second half to be comparatively longer than the first half. Substitution. Really? Right. I have to give you something else to swap. What do I give you to swap? What item do I give you? Oh my god, there's no other items. What? Oh. Yeah, okay. Cute. There's no other items, he said.
Wandering around these landscapes, solving puzzles. In a way, 1K's experience must be very similar to Athena's in the simulation.
Yes,
One
actually.
difference, though. Athena was alone.
That's kind of lampshading things, isn't it? Like, hey, remember TP1? It's TP1, but now you have friends. Can I jump on this and get up from it? No. Okay. What I can do, though, is get up here and then swap. Assuming I can get this charged. Now that it's charged, I can swap. There we go. There is a lab around here somewhere. Presumably if I just run from puzzle to puzzle, I'll find it. So to 3. And then from 3 to 4. 4 is this way. You got it, buddy. Is this thing not relevant to my interest at all? Kind of big and ornamented for something that seems to be irrelevant to my interests. That's not 4. 4 is this way. I see. Is this a lab? This is not a lab. I was bamboozled by shadows. Oh my god. You just showed up out of nowhere, huh? You just appear, huh? That seems... I didn't realize deer had that kind of ability. Oh, this is like a whole plateau just for puzzle 4? Is there anything cool up here? Yo, you got cool things up here? Like ancient human artifacts? Or like Other robots? Or... I don't know. Doritos or something? No Doritos. My desire for snacks will remain unfulfilled. What are we up to here? Prison. Okay, okay. Oh. Yeah, alright. We've got a bunch of items in prison. I accept. I accept. Let's get an accumulator. Do we have an accumulator? Y'all got accumulators out here? One more connector freed from prison? I just got a text message from a random number saying, "Hey, are you Coach Amy?" What do you think, chat? Am I Coach Amy? I'm pretty sure I'm not Coach Amy, but I've been wrong before. Sounds like scam bait. It sure does. I think I'm going to need a cube. Perfect. Alright, so what are we doing here? We gotta get red and blue into here? Oh. How do I free you? Really? Oh. Right. Okay, sure. No, that's fine. Now we have one more item free. The power of cubes. Are the walls here? Are the walls here tall? All of the walls here are tall, aren't they? Alright, so now I need to turn most of these cubes in. But maybe keep one of them out. No idea how long you missed that. I have some idea how long you missed that. Like, that seems very missable. Okay, so we need to open this up again. Right? Using the power of red. And then using the power of cube, we open it up again from this side. We don't need to no, we do need to open it because we need the lasers. Alright, and then we need red here. That's perfect, because that means that we can get blue from here. Cool. All right. So this is more on the order of complexity that I've been expecting from these puzzles. So we are finally getting to the level of like enough steps to put together in order to solve the puzzle. So I am appreciating.
I often think about how many cities there are out there under the ocean.
We are getting there.
Cities where people lived for thousands of years. Cities with their own history, their own culture. All of it lost under the waves. If they'd been less greedy...
There it is! There it is!
kept
Thanks,
on
Alcatraz. Thanks.
I don't think we can pass moral judgment on an entire species based on the decisions of a handful of leaders. But I do think they made a mistake. They stopped caring about what they built. They stopped seeing the romance of civilization.
The romance of civilization. My God. What must it be like to be Byron? I'm an optimistic guy, but wow, Byron. Alright, what are we doing here? What do I have access to? At the moment, nothing. I guess I have access to a jammer? Cool. And then the jammer gets me another jammer? That's good news. And then with both of those jammed, we need to get blue? That's suspicious. Alright, let's get red. Oh, I see. I don't want this to be red. I want this to be blue. Which I might be able to do. Oh, that opens both of these? What a gift. But now, this can go away forever. Well, how lucky that this handles both of those. Oh, that's great. So now there's two things to open up here, and no switches that appear to connect to any of them. So, that's going to be a bit troublesome, you think? Oh, no. I can do this, and then... And then what? And then what? Trade this jammer in for another jammer? Like that doesn't do anything. I can trade this in for a jammer. Ah, I can jam this from this side and then swap it around. There we go. Puzzle 6. Uh-oh. I got text messages. Places of Longing, New York. I actually really appreciate Athelvolk's aesthetic here, with like all of these old places juxtaposed with the wilderness that occupies that space today. Like, if that city were still there, coming directly out of the forest that's claimed that space, what would that look like? That's really cool, actually. New York was a place that aroused great passions. Some loved it and called it the greatest city in the world. Others hated it and called it an ugly cesspit full of rude snobs. I don't know where the truth lies, but I know it was a place full of life. There was always something new going on, people rushing about, excitement in the air. Must have been an overwhelming sensation to stand in the canyons formed by those great skyscrapers, in a crowd of people, feeling history happening all around you. So, what was it? We had Places of Longing Paris, right? The Eiffel Tower coming up out of the forest. Did we have another Place of Longing? 2 Places of Longing so far. I still haven't found the lab here, which is troubling. And I feel like there's a bunch of human artifacts that I've missed. Frog! I should probably not pay too much attention to the frogs. I was told that frogs are not people. What is this? What is this? Did I play with this before? Oh, this is a puzzle. Well, sure. Whee! Do I have a ladder or something? How do I get back over? Oh, I just walk. Ah, I understand. Okay. Well, it's not like... Oh, I see what I have to do. Okay. I need to get two things on this side. Because I need the accumulator. I don't actually. I can have the accumulator on the other side. I can do it from this side. Get blue? Or do not, I suppose. Now I have blue, but I need red. Oh. So I do want two things on that side. Or maybe three things on this side. I can only have two things out at any given time. So I guess the next thing I want is this and the negator on this side? Okay. I need the negator up there. So we do this. Swap here. Set this up there. And get the negator up here. Perfect.
The particle clouds continue to be exactly the same.
Melville continues to be surprised by the consistency of the technology that is completely beyond her ken. Why is this a surprise to you, Melville? I already did the thing here. Well, where is that lab here? Why haven't I run into it yet? Must be out of the way. Some of it out of the way, I guess. How do I get up there? This plateau is being a problem now. I see. I went the long way around. That's my mistake. Artifact? Nope. Just architecture. Definitely some architecture, though. Up and down. Oh, really? Oh, no. It's swapping. Boo. Can I pull this? I can pull that. Okay. Can I pull this one? I can pull all the fans. Oh. A shifter? They got shifters up here? Alright, so what's the plan? What is my end goal? My end goal is blue to here. I have a shifter, a negator. So we have blue. So I can turn blue to red and then get green from there, which requires 3 things out. And those 3 things are cube, negator, shifter. The problem is, it is going to be difficult to put a fan up there. Maybe not that difficult, though. Can I get up there with this fan here? That's the question. If I take that fan down, I can put that fan there and then pick it up from here? Heck yeah. But I need to have that fan on here. Right? Like, this is all well and good, but I need to take a fan to there. So how do I get up to here without a fan? Without a fan over there. Or do I leave something else up there? Oh, if I use that, I don't need the cube? Question mark? That's not true. That's way behind that wall. Oh, maybe if I put a thing up there, I don't need the cube. I can put a shifter here? No. I could put a negator up here. And the shifter up there. No. What happens if you negate green? Nothing, right? Does it just come out as green? I don't think I've ever been able to try this before. The triple stack took you forever? Okay, green in does nothing. Okay, good to know. Alright, if I put the shifter up somewhere, can I put the shifter up there and still have it hit the blue? Probably not. We got blue coming out of there. And that, I think, has to hit the negator to turn it red. And then the shifter has to be on the hexahedron in order to get the green. Because there's nothing, there's nowhere else to put, okay, yeah, I could put the shifter up there, and then it'll get green, but it won't be able to reach the blue. And I can't get the shifter to output red. Can't get the shifter to output red? I could get the shifter to output red. I could get the shifter to output red. They think they're being sneaky. They're not that sneaky. I need to bring something with me. It'll be the cube. Goodbye, cube. We'll miss you. So what we can do here is we have green and blue here. And then we grab the negator to turn this red into blue. I got you. I figured it out. I'm still short on that lab, though. Where's the goddamn lab in this area? Can I get under here? Is there anything cool here? This would be a great place for a human artifact. I guess not. Listen to that music. Such good sound design in this game. So satisfying. Are you a lab? You might be a lab. What the heck is this? Oh, it's a way out. It's a way out if you mess up. Sure. Alright, I guess. I suppose. Yeah, the triple stack is not obvious. I remember doing something similar to that in TP1 with rewinds, and it was a lot harder to do in TP1 for sure. Like, even when you knew that the triple stack is what you had to do, in this one, it's still not exactly obvious how to achieve it, right? You kind of have to work through some permutations. So I get that one being a bit of a struggle. Alright, let's go puzzle 8. Body swap is a great iteration on the audience-hated record mechanics. Let's do something similar but less annoying. True. True. I'm going to assume that you've played The Company of Myself, Shadowed Mage. Oh, interesting. I can drill holes and then go up through the hole, maybe? Alright. Well, if you are interested in puzzle platforming, I would highly recommend playing 2D Arrays, The Company of Myself. Because it also does this, like, somewhat poignant story interleaved with puzzle mechanics in a way that I think is pretty impressive. I played it back in the day on Congregate. I don't know if it still exists on Congregate. If it does, that's probably an easy way to do it. But if not, you might have to figure out a different way to do things. Alright, well, let's get you out. Probably going to need a friend here. I don't know exactly how I'm going to need a friend, but I'm probably going to need a friend. This one doesn't come free. This one does. So once a robot is up here, the other robot can use that fan with no problems, presumably. What do I need to get up there? I need to get red here, and then to the thing, right? this is where red comes from. We've got a driller and a jammer. And I don't actually see any connectors anywhere. Is that because there's something up there? Ah, I need to let my robot friend through. Robot friend, please drop down a floor and experience things. Oh, I need to bring an item to... Of course I need to bring an item to swap. Okay. What item am I bringing to swap? I need to get up here and have an item to swap? Hey, buddy. I guess let's put the jammer up there. Whee! And then once again, need to get the driller out. Oh, this is unfortunate. Okay, so we got to get a robot up there with an item. Oh, we give the robot up there. The robot up there has a jammer. Robot up there has a jammer. Jam the thing. And then I don't need this there. I can just do this. Right, of course. Right, now we can swap the jammer for this. Can we back up to the top floor? No. We want this to connect here. And there. And then you just go. Yeah, great. Like, I gave the top floor robot the jammer and then immediately dismissed the jammer from my mind. Jammer? What jammer? That belongs to the top floor robot. I don't have access to that tool. Easy mistake to make, I think. Cool puzzle, though. Still haven't found that lab. Boy, I spend a lot of time running around these environments, don't I? Alright, I'm turning on points of interest, because I want to know where that lab is. Save groups. Something out that way. Do robots need 10,000 steps a day too? I feel like the robot is okay not working off excess weight. I feel like robots are more in the conserve energy rather than burn energy camp. Yeah, that looks like a lab. Was there a path leading to here? There's totally a path leading to here. Where does this path connect to? Oh, I remember running through these triangles, too. They do naturally have those model legs. True. I remember running through these triangles following the Prometheus spark. Triangle. New content available. Not everything the founder built lasted. One of the founder's labs seems to have collapsed. I guess that shows that even the founder has limits. There's no human building that can survive without maintenance. Roots are stronger than concrete. Unless she distorted on purpose, of course, but it seems like the ceiling just came down. Not 100% sure, but I think the puzzle clusters on the island correspond to the presence of labs. Except the lab near our base camp, which doesn't have any puzzles attached to it, although it does have other strange structures surrounding it. Are the puzzles guiding us to the labs, or are we just finding the labs by accident? Real questions. Oh, so we can't even get to the rest of this lab. There is no content in this lab because this lab is collapsed. Oh. Well, that sure is a bummer. Alright, any other question marks out here? There is another question mark. Oh my god! Can I ride the deer? I can run with the deer, but I don't think I can ride the deer. Is this a terminal I missed? This level in particular is not only very wide open, but has a lot of these elevation changes. So it's not easy to spot things from afar. Oh god. Nope, everything's okay. Nope, everything's okay. Somehow. Cool terminal. Nice terminal. Lift Trazier 6. Have we missed this guy? Are we excited about more Lift Trazier content?
You may wonder why I insist on these unsanctioned, unplanned expeditions.
I may wonder.
Some think it is because I hate civilization and prefer to lose myself in nature.
Is that not true?
This is precisely the opposite of the truth.
Uh-huh.
It is because I love New Jerusalem that I have to leave. Because it is only when I am here that I fully appreciate what the city means. And also because I believe that if I stayed at home, I would one day be ethically compelled to commit acts of violence against those who, in their arrogance, imagine that humans should live in harmony with the chaos that surrounds us.
Is that like if you love something, let it go? Where are we going out here? Oh, I definitely don't have all of those. I am for sure missing something. I am missing Lift Trazier 1 and 2 and 3. I am missing Trevor. I have all the Trevors. And I am missing 4 of the Strattons. Wow. That's a lot that I'm missing. I think I better keep these question marks on and go back to some of the earlier areas. Alright, this is too far away. Just reset. I think I should have 8 Miranda ones. Let me double check that. I have 8 Miranda ones, so I guess I found all of those. So I'm missing 4 Strattons and 2 Lift Traziers. Alright, let's go see if we can find some audio logs. shall we? The Stratton ones are in the overworld, right? They're not from terminals? But the Liftrazir ones are all from terminals. So those... It sounds like those are going to be out of the way, but still relatively obvious. Yeah, the Stratton ones do not. Yep. Yep. Which ones am I missing? I'm missing 2 and 3. So that would be these two. I should have gone to the tower in 6 first, so that I could go to the megastructure immediately afterwards. Oh well. Alright, question marks, what have you got for me? Whoop! Aw, really? You're not gonna let me jump the walls? Miserable. Oh, this is kind of neat. Yeah, that fence looks totally jumpable.
While exploring the forest, I came across a site of primal force. A beautiful stag, standing on a hill silhouetted against the setting sun. It appeared like a messenger from some divine natural power, perhaps from Gaia herself. Even to a being such as myself, less susceptible to manipulation by instincts and hormones, it was clearly a moment of revelation. In such moments, we are told to avert our eyes.
Are we?
But what if we do not?
Why would you?
What will we discover if we look more closely? If we could speak to the stag, what wisdom would it have to offer? The answer is none. The stag is an animal of overwhelming stupidity, driven only by fear, hunger, and lust. There is no abyss for us to plunge into behind this revelation. Rather, the revelation is as flat and unreal as the plywood walls of a film set.
The revelation is whatever you get out of it. Avert your eyes. I don't know who told you to avert your eyes. But there's only so much you can question. The stag is offended. Stag might be offended. I don't know. I'm a creature of animal hungers. I'm not offended to be described that way. He says while playing the Talos Principle. There. Small question mark. Extremely small question mark. I don't know about these I might have to come back for... I might have to, like, look up Stratton locations. There's definitely a certain amount of points of interest that I am not interested in spending a lot of time hunting for. Like, these worlds are so big. It's honestly really impressive, just like the scope of these areas. I'm into it. But it means that it's really easy to miss relevant stuff. Wow, all the way out here. That's kind of neat. Liftrazir really likes hanging out in these out-of-the-way places. sounds like I'm going to
The
admit to
rotting
looking up at least
remains
4
of the
strategies.
old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt.
Wow,
I
Liftser
think
just
it is
hates
a
everything,
mistake
huh?
to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit. Even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
Also, there's puzzles I didn't finish out here. Would you believe it? There are puzzles that have gone unsolved? That cannot stand. A gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved. That doesn't need to be open anymore. But now we have a source, we have multiple sources of red. But I need a source of blue out here. Great. Puzzle without a solution is a tragedy. Wow. I haven't heard that one before. I was just quoting Professor Layton. To a wall. That is an Inkling original. Nice, nice. I'll cherish it. Thank you, Inkling. Alright, what have we got here? It looks like we have red. Now what? Now we have also another color. If I am interested in colors. I tell you what, I sure am interested in colors. And now I have access to red from this side. And what does this do for me? This gets me blue. Which means I need to get red through to here. Oh, that's not what I want from that. I want... What do I want? So now this is giving me red. Ah, I see. So I need this to connect to that. Excuse me? Oh, that's giving me blue. So I need this to do that. Hey! Is there anything else cool over here? It's this thing again. I keep seeing this thing, this particular statue. And I feel like there should be some meaning associated with it. But I'm not sure that there is. I think this one had a fire. Like, I can't connect to that with a thing, right? If I head into the puzzle over here, can I find a way out to connect to that thing? It's huge. It's so big. There's a 1 there, there's a 2 there. The 2's far away. I'm not going to mess with it here. We'll figure it out later. Right now, I am looking for my car. Dude, where's my car? Where's my car, dude? Let's go activate another tower. So we can continue to get yelled at by Pandora and or condescended to by the Sphinx. It's so fun to get asked a question where every answer is wrong. That's a great thing to experience. I love it when people do that to me. Especially when they're mythological beings. Did I not get those either? I thought I got... Did I miss them? I might have missed them. I just got the 2 puzzles in Zone 3 that I was apparently missing. But yeah, if I'm missing more puzzles, we'll go back for them at some point. Yeah, you just press buttons till it works. And it works every time. Tetrominoes are easy. You just put down the tetrominoes, and then it works. Oh, it's the guy! We finally found him!
And heed my words. Beware Pandora. She is nothing but fear and despair, and she will do anything to prevent you from reaching the flame. It is she who disrupted the trials of the Sphinx, and who bound me in the...
Transmission ends. Okay.
Well done, 1K.
That's
Looks like our hypothesis
fascinating.
was correct. The megastructure is opening again. Everyone come to the VTOL, please. It's time to find Athena.
What about Pandora? She seems capable of displacing or controlling the other entities.
We should be careful, but we can't let such a vague threat paralyze us. Just keep your eyes open.
Okay. Yeah, I have, in fact, missed 2 puzzles here. So let's go resolve that, too. There's no reason to leave those puzzles unsolved. Okay, so now we have Pandora as an explicit antagonist, rather than just flavor number 3. That's intriguing. Beware Pandora. Disrupted the trials of the Sphinx. So the Sphinx sounds like is a created entity. The Sphinx exists as a combination Milton Elohim to provide you with questions and kind of keep you moving on the puzzles. Because what are puzzles without philosophy, right? And that also kind of fits. Like, if your answer is never correct, then, you know, the Sphinx can just be like, ah, but if your answer isn't correct, you should think more about your answer. And just try and get you to keep thinking about stuff. But then, Pandora is the same kind of being as Athena. Or not as Athena, as the Sphinx. Right? So what does that mean in terms of going to want you? No, we're gonna want to do everything in here, aren't we? Let me think about this a little bit more. Blue there. That's on the outside though. Okay, so we need to get blue to the outside. So let's get this out and solve the blue problem, and then we'll figure out what to do with the drilling. So then from here, we need to get blue on the inside, which is yet additional work. But, like, clearly, there's nothing in here. Fascinating. Oh, I hate that. Okay, so from here, we've got to get to blue through there, which actually, so that means drill here. And then, like, that lineup actually just works, assuming I can get into here to begin with, right? Is there not another connector? Did I miss something? How do I get this into there? Ah, yes. There is, in fact, a bunch of stuff that I just missed. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's recover all of that stuff and figure out what the rest of the puzzle looks like. What does the rest of the puzzle look like? Gimme. Whee! Okay, so I jam that open. And now that that's open forever, I can... I still don't know how to get into here. Oh, I need to jam this open. Let's start with that then. Oh, cube. Friend cube. I have a request. So now that that's jammed open, this can be set up to connect in the way that I... Hello? Does that work now? Good. So let's get this set up. Connecting that. And that. Oh, I thought there was going to be more steps here, but that's great. Okay.
You must be very proud of you, 1K.
Wow, rude, Byron. Why you gotta bring Elohim into this? Just because I'm good at puzzles doesn't mean I'm daddy's boy or whatever. Whatever that veiled, passive-aggressive Elohim BS is supposed to mean. Quantum tunneling. Oh, right, the level that's supposed to teach me how to drill. Wait, didn't I solve this level? How did I not solve this level? I feel like this level is relatively straightforward. No? All right, let's get you out. And then we can get you out. And then we can figure out whatever else we're doing out here, like getting forklifts across. So that you are very usable to get me into here. I was absolutely gonna just leave those drills in their cages for a second. So how's them golden doors looking? How do I get the golden doors from here, actually? This way, apparently. Robots with daddy issues. I mean, they're literally deifying the founder, so that's, you know, some kind of, like, patriarch issues. Matriarch, I guess, in this case, but still. Cool, we got a full ring and one lit up entry into the megastructure. Time to go enter the megastructure. And then we will be at a solid 50% across the board. Although I have missed some research logs, I guess. It's that thing again. I really want that to connect to something. I don't think it does anything, but I'm gonna see if I can't connect a laser to it from here. Remind me how this puzzle works? Were there even lasers in this puzzle? Oh, there's all bars on the windows. You can't connect lasers to anything from here. Irritating. Nice jammer, though. Where do I get that jammer again? Oh, using drills? Sure, I believe it. Implying that I can't actually get up there? Fine. Back to the car, then. This one also had a fire, huh? Or maybe it just looks like it was supposed to have a fire. A spark, as they call it. Alright, this now is looking a bit more complete, which is exciting.
There's something I've been thinking about.
Okay.
I know the New Alexandria disaster was traumatic. I know accidents like that make us think that it's best to stick to what we have. But what about all the accidents that have happened in New Jerusalem that nobody talks about? The collapse of the Rakovsky building. The Calvin Street explosion.
Did those cause deaths?
The derailment that almost killed Benaroya and Canada.
Almost.
All of those happened because we stopped investing enough resources in our civilization. And if Melville hadn't been put in charge of city maintenance, this would still be happening.
It will happen again, either way. With how little we have to work with, it's only a matter of time.
You see, there may be a price for pursuing progress, but there's also a price for not pursuing.
Yep. I agree with you, Byron. Yeah, Shadowed Mage. I found a little wind-up buddy. Somebody made a Five Nights at Freddy's joke, and the wind-up buddy hit the pressure play for me. Why does Melville always have, like, always looking straight down, just head between her legs? Does she not like heights?
To determine the relationship between the megastructure and Athena. Did she find it? Did she build it? Why was she here in the first place? Explore. Dig up anything you can. We need to start finding answers.
You end up having to look up how to do that one.
I can't imagine one person building all this.
This
Don't
is kind of a
forget about
massive
Miranda.
thing.
There were at least 2 of them.
Oh,
I can't
that
imagine
makes sense.
100 people building this.
All right, everyone. Have a look around, but stay in touch and be careful.
1K, can you stay a moment? I'd like to talk to you.
What's up, buddy?
I know you can't wait to start exploring, but just hear me out, okay?
What you got?
I'm concerned. Byron is brilliant, but all he can think about is the possibility of finding Athena. She was his mentor, and her disappearance shattered him. I'm afraid he's not seeing the dangers of the megastructure. To me, this place seems chaotic.
Oh. Chaotic? Oh no.
Yes,
Chaos.
it's all very impressive, but I think it's broken.
Sure been here
And
for a
what
while.
we're seeing is, it's nonsense, frankly.
I'm not
You've
sure I
interacted
agree
with it
that.
more than anyone. What do you think?
I don't think it's nonsense. I think there's a lot of stuff that's intentional here, and maybe everything isn't working the way it's supposed to. But, yeah. It is somewhat broken, but there seems to be some kind of pattern.
I don't see it. Or at least I'm not convinced that the pattern is meaningful. Maybe I'm wrong, but please, be careful.
Have no fear, buddy. I'll just trigger another collapse and we'll get clearer here. That's careful, right? That's what careful means. I'm not surprised that you wound up having to look that one up. Like, the little wind-up dude is not super obvious and just kind of like... I thought it was another artifact at first. I was like, oh, how lucky, I found another artifact. And then it turned out not to be an artifact. But I'm sure there's a bunch of artifacts that I've missed. So, you know, there's plenty of stuff that I could go looking up, and it's kind of in the same vein. Yep. Another big old
deeper into the
green
megastructure.
room.
Not quite sure where I am. Seem to be right in the middle of the machinery.
Please, watch yourself, Byron.
This is incredible. I don't even know how to describe what I'm seeing. I don't think this is a building. I think this is a machine.
I mean... yeah, that kind of checks out. There's sure a lot of moving parts in here. It is a building-sized machine. No? Not allowed to go through that door? That door is for other people? Alright. All doors for other people? Noema Project 7. Trials 1701 to 2202. False leads, errors, frustration. Effects ripple out at enormous distances. We need to move experiments further apart. Version 2 deployed. Replicating point 2 to create point 2.1. Can we literally bootstrap this to any scale? And what are we talking about here with Project Noema 7? There's a lot of hex. Oh, large-scale synthesis successful. Be not afeared. The isle is full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had waked after long sleep will make me sleep again. And then, in dreaming, the clouds methought would open and show riches, ready to drop on me that, when I waked, I cried to dream again. What the hell is this supposed to mean? Be not afraid, the isle is full of delights. Except more poetry. More poetic than that. Is this like temptation? Progression for the sake of progression is a temptation? Uh-oh. The door override has overloaded the system.
Why don't you just tell people that they're wrong? If you tell them the truth, they'll listen.
It's not that simple.
Cornelius.
Straton wrote that the most common error we commit is to think that ideas determine reality, when in fact the opposite is true. Ideas follow from material conditions. Belief systems are formed to explain and justify the way we live. We did not have kings because we believed in the mandate of heaven. We believed in the mandate of heaven because we lived in monarchies.
But we have free will.
Oh, free will isn't the same as freedom, Miranda. We're not free from the constraints of reality or history. I was shaped by the simulation. New Jerusalem is shaped by its limitations.
So, what? We're just trapped? History can only go one way?
Maybe, maybe
Standing on
not.
top of the megastructure.
The question is,
Top of
how
the
do
world,
we
huh?
free ourselves? How do we build a world where our ideas do shape reality? That's why we came here.
To be free of all of those idiots who trap themselves in their own belief system?
I knew it! Athena's here. She built this.
That other voice.
Cornelius?
Was that Cornelius?
It definitely sounded like him.
Come to think of it, he went on a research expedition around the time Athena vanished. He was gone for years. People thought he'd died.
And all this time, he knew where she was?
We should talk to him.
Okay.
We will, when we get back. But right now, we have to focus on finding Athena. We are so close.
I don't know that we're so close. I think we're maybe halfway there. But that's metagame knowledge. Ah, that's knowledge that... Okay, that is absolutely knowledge that Byron should have at this point. We know that we have resolved 2 of the 4 ways into the megastructure. Trying to tell me you think we're so close? We are exactly halfway there, my dude, and you know this. There is absolutely no way all of this was built with the intentionality that it was built with in order to let us only solve half of the problems before finding everything we're trying to find. Zero chance, my dude. This place is huge. Up and over. Whee! Ah, it was a bad idea.
Those surfaces magnetic?
Oh, I triggered a cutscene, though. That's unfortunate. Oh, this. I see.
Are those surfaces
there
magnetic?
It is. Great.
No, it's anti-gravity. Yakut was right. I should have known.
Yakut was right. I should have known.
1K, I'm over here. Hold on. I'll open that door for you.
Great, do that. Whenever you're ready. Ah, we get to play with friends this time. Are there like interactions between me and Byron here? That's fun. Interesting. All of these, like, not quite connected segments. Whee! Aww. Why not? Let me sequence break! Just let me have fun! I wonder if I actually had assembled this in a different way, if it would let me make that jump. I don't think I can make that jump, but maybe if I had done that differently, I'd be able to.
Same pattern as before. 3 beams, 3 receivers.
I guess we know what to
definitely make that jump.
Be careful. The sheer amount
that's
of
because
power
we're
running
already
through this
connected.
place.
I'll take care of this puzzle. You do the other 2, okay? This is kind of fun. Maybe Alexandra Drennan was right. Play is part of what makes us human. Got it.
Oh, I'm happy for you, buddy.
Melville, is there anything in the system that could tell us where Athena is?
I don't know. Someone's logged into the system, but when I try to access that information, it all glitches out.
Whoop! I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going. Jump off. Oh, I see. Ah, I can double space. Neat. Oh? Okay, this started getting slightly more complex. Really? I can't just go over? Why? I'm so lost. Okay, we're not starting with that piece. Yeah, I can't go down here. That's so weird. I guess I end with that? Really? Man, this piece sucks. Oh! Really? Dang. Yeah, I have to end with this. There's no way. Or this, I guess. Oh, yeah, we definitely end with this. I see where that connects. See, this should work. Maybe it shouldn't work. Wow, something about the way that this connects just really does not work for me.
Not to alarm anyone, but I think the ground is shaking.
According to the system, whole parts of the interior are moving around. Like it's rearranging itself.
I think that's what happened last time. When I took the elevator, the platform where I got out just moved away.
Ah, so close. There we go. Jeez, what a mess. And now I'm in an actual puzzle, except I'm upside down because gravity. Wild. What are we trying to do? We're trying to get over there. I see. We need to tunnel green into here. And in the meantime, I have access to... Okay. Maybe something behind that wall? In fact, yes. Anything else? Nope. That's good. So now we have... these things. And then I get a jammer, which I will do. In fact, I will jam. The negator swaps for the driller. And the driller opens the way to green. And then we get to turn on a laser. Pull the lever, Kronk. Oh! Byron got one of the puzzles. Right. Oh, Byron's so good at puzzles? But then I don't get to do it. That's sad. I wanted to do all the puzzles. Byron's out there bogarting my puzzles? Who said that was okay? Turns out this one just works. The other one just sucked. I see a thing over there. Where does this go? Oh, I get to do this one upside down, huh? Okay, sure. So yeah, same deal except the other way. My dude, I have no idea where I am. I am running around and hoping that this results in something. Sure? Oh, this takes me to the central one. I don't need to do that yet. We gotta go solve the blue puzzle first, which is over there. Okay. So up from the... Ah! Disaster! I guess I could take a look and see where I'm going. That might make things a little easier. Yeah? Up from here, he said. Yes? Up from there. How do we get to there? Ah, blue lights. The blue light special. Fascinating. This and then come again to the top. Ah, ha, ha, ha. There we go. Wow, these bridge building puzzles getting more and more complex, huh? Oh. Got accumulators back here. Oh, good. A negator. What's in here? The lever. Oh, that was it? That was the whole puzzle? Alright. You got it, buddy.
Indicate something. I'm heading in.
Byron! Be careful! Byron's gonna die. We've built up this whole, like, be careful, Byron, you're running ahead. You believe too strongly. You're not thinking about the consequences of your actions. Byron, actions have consequences. Don't do it. I don't even know what it is you're gonna do, but don't do it. It's dangerous. There's, you know, whole swaths of narrative happening here. Pretty sure whatever you're doing is dangerous. Don't do it. Probably. Byron, be careful. Byron! Oh, this looks the same as the other place that was on the other side of the store. Yeah, the same kind of giant room. Does this one have a boss fight in it?
This is fascinating. They were both here, Athena and Cornelius. They had a plan. I found a file that... I can't.
Byron's trapped in the overload. He's failing to disconnect.
The whole system's going haywire.
1K, get out of there! Everyone back to the VTOL!
Yup.
Go. Now, 1K, get moving!
We can't just leave Byron behind.
Yakut, we have no idea where he is or what's happening to him. But right now, if we stay here, we could all die.
That sure looked like a trap, didn't it?
Completely bananas. Energy spikes everywhere.
We'll come back for Byron, I promise.
Alright, running away. Love running away. Love escape sequences. Oh my god, am I gonna have to... Oh, no. How do I get out? Okay. Stuff has collapsed and created doors that weren't there before. Alright.
What have you done, you fools? Mortals are not meant to tread these halls. Why will you not heed my warnings? I am not trying to harm you, creatures of clay. All I wish is to protect you and the rest of your kind. What more must I do to make you understand? If you cannot be reasoned with, I must bar your path.
That sounds dangerous.
Move, 1K, move!
What, lady, what do you think I'm doing? Oh, this is Byron's path. This is the side that Byron was on. I never went down here. I should have checked this out earlier. Maybe there would have been something interesting.
These energy emissions are messing with the VTOL systems. Okay, I think I've got it working. Get here quickly, 1K.
At least Yakut is still quietly competent. No messy philosophy for Yakut. Just, alright, well, I'll get the thing working, I guess. Oh yeah, this is the door that they wouldn't let me in. Okay. Run, 1K, run, you beautiful bastard!
Come on, get in!
There's nobody in that VTOL.
Get us out of here, Yakut.
The door just like irises shut right in front of us.
Okay, we're out.
Well done.
Now what?
Looks like the southern sites are active. The readings are strangely jumbled, though.
Oh.
Should I set us down?
Oh.
Yes, but just to drop off Melville.
What?
We're going back to New Jerusalem. This situation has gotten out of control. We need to regroup. Rushing in blindly isn't going to save Byron.
Okay.
But we also need someone to stay here and keep an eye on things. Melville, that's you.
All right. I'll see if I can make any sense of these systems while you're gone.
Just keep a safe distance, okay?
Will do.
Good.
And
Well,
with Byron
okay.
gone, Alcatraz
I
is
guess
the
it's time
leader,
for
and
you and me to take a
Alcatraz
nap.
is the voice of safety. Oh, this is what happens when I nap, isn't it?
Do not lose hope, my child. In these difficult moments, find solace in your friends and in the home that you share.
Sure.
Here we are. Got an update from Melville. The power spikes are continuing, but no news from Byron.
All right. Thank you, Yakut. You get the VTOL ready for the next trip. I'll talk to the mayor. 1K, please head over to the Museum of the Simulation and talk to Cornelius. Let's see what he has to say for himself.
All right. Now that we get to run around in New Jerusalem, we probably get to talk to Doge's order, whatever Doge's order is. The Order of Like Minds. They had an actual name, I think. I don't remember. But before we do any of that, I think this is a good time to take my usual stream break. So I am going to do that. Leave you folks in a little bit more suspense. Leave you with some music while I'm gone. But let me say thanks for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying the game. I'm definitely having a good time. And things got dramatic, huh? Some amount of drama. I guess we're due. But yeah, I'm gonna go refill water, go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, etc. Recommend you do something similar, and I'll be back in a bit. Alright, thank you for your patience, folks. I have returned. Let's pause the music and get back into it, shall we? Hang on. Alright, much better. Probably. Parkour! That is a nifty little aircraft. With the rotors and everything. Alright, let's find that Cornelius boy. Definitely not gonna get distracted by Doge or nothing. 100% gonna get distracted by Doge. City news. The expedition to the Founders Island. Founders Island? That's what we're calling it these days? Has suffered a serious setback as all contact with Byron 7 was lost during a foray into the interior of the megastructure. Byron is assumed to be alive, but trapped within a data stream overload and unable to connect. Yeah, leave the data stream overloads to the expert, Byron. Several sources in the government expressed a lack of surprise at this turn of events, citing the first companion's history of rash behavior. Hopefully this gets people thinking about the dangers of populism, one source told me. It's been alarming to see people suddenly falling for this utopian foolishness. Yeah, how dare people have hope and or optimism? That sounds real dangerous. GemFX 312 now open. Oh, yeah! New stuff! New content in New Jerusalem. Very happy to announce that the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. Come play the winning 3 works at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Only 3? Finally, can't wait. Wonderful news. Will these be made available through the interface too? Yes, after the exhibition is over. Okay. We gotta wait till then. The pessimist is commonly spoken of as the man in revolt. He is not. Firstly, because it requires some cheerfulness to continue in revolt, and secondly, because pessimism appeals to the weaker side of everybody, and the pessimist, therefore, drives as roaring a trade as the publican. A person who is really in revolt is the optimist, who generally lives and dies in a desperate and suicidal effort to persuade all the other people how good they are. It has been proved 100 times over that if you really wish to enrage people and make them angry, even unto death, the right way to do it is to tell them that they are all the sons of God. Jesus Christ was crucified, it may be remembered, not because of anything he said about God, but on a charge of saying that a man could in 3 days pull down and rebuild the temple. Every one of the great revolutionists, from Isaiah to Shelley, have been optimists. They have been indignant, not about the badness of existence, but about the slowness of men in realizing its goodness. The prophet who is stoned is not a brawler or a marplot. Marplot? He is simply a rejected lover. He suffers from an unrequited attachment to things in general. TLDR. Rip Byron, TLDR. Wow, Drinkulo. We don't know that he's dead. He may just be lost. He could still be saved. I was going to say something sarcastic, but you know what? In the spirit of optimism, I really hope so. Yeah.
The world is full of suffering. Every living organism suffers. Animals kill other animals to eat. And it always ends with death, torn apart or wasting away. This is what surrounds us. This is what's happening outside those walls, every hour of every day. It's our ethical responsibility as sentient beings to lessen suffering. That's what it means to be human. To understand that it is your duty to transform this world into something better. That's what the founder meant when she said that we can turn the world into a work of art. Despite what happened to him, Byron was right. We have to keep going.
This is blasphemy. Byron was punished for failing the founder's trials. And you want us to dig deeper? Just because you can't accept that suffering is natural and necessary?
Suffering is natural and necessary?
The public frequency. If you want to argue, use your interface or speak in person.
Alright, I think I am 100% never going to agree with someone that says suffering is natural and necessary. So that's cool. If that's your take... Damjen's still playing the same song, I think. Yeah, if that's your take, I think we are never going to see eye to eye.
Nothing's the same anymore.
Yeah, that checks out. So where is the Gehenna over here? Is this the gem effects?
Attention all citizens.
Excuse me?
The Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition is now open to visitors. However, please note that due to an unauthorized strike, public transport will be temporarily unavailable. May the founder be with you.
Unauthorized strike? Are you expecting strikes to be authorized? Hey, it's Neve.
Welcome to the Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition.
I didn't realize Neve was
it's
female.
You, 1K. Please tell me, you were there when everything went sideways. Do you think Byron will be all right?
I do. If we find him, he'll be fine.
Byron, always getting into trouble. He's been like that for 1,000 years, you know.
That sounds about right,
Losing
actually.
him would be terrible. But anyway, you've come to take a well-deserved break from your expedition. So let's talk about something else.
Sure. From the top, what's Gehenna?
Gehenna was a place in the simulation. A prison where Elohim exiled the minds that didn't fit his plans. In time, the prison became a community with a culture of its own.
What happened to the people of Gehenna?
In the very last moments of the simulation, Elohim realized what he'd done and sent his messenger Uriel to free the prisoners. They were uploaded to the gold disc, and their legacy is part of all of us.
Oh, neat. Why text adventures?
Text adventures were one of the few art forms available to the people of Gehenna. By continuing to work in that medium, we keep their memory alive.
Text adventures, interactive fiction, true works of art. How do you see the role
I
of the
don't
artist
think the
in
role
society?
of the artist should be reduced to any single social function. The artist isn't an educator or a moralist. Art isn't about teaching us lessons or imparting values. Nor do I think it's simply self-expression. The best art reaches out beyond the self, into something ineffable. The creative impulse can't really be quantified or predicted. That's why artistic freedom is so profoundly essential. Without the freedom to shock, to offend, to transgress, art becomes stagnant.
All right. Ghosts of Atlantis by Corazon. A lyrical, atmospheric quasi-sequel to Atlantis, a classic work created by Lilith. The original game told the story of the inundation of the mythical island, no doubt reflecting the impending fate of the citizens of Gehenna. Shall we? Haha! A game within a game. The game's the thing. Alright, here we go. Gently, your ship touches down on the land that once was the Isle of Atlantis, which in the days before the waters receded lay deep under the Sea of Atlas. You've come to find the last legacy of your ancestors. The red sun burns bright in the sky, scorching the dying earth. It is dark. You are likely to be eaten by a grue. And if this fate seems particularly cruel, then consider whose fault it could be. Not a torch or a match in your inventory. Begin my pilgrimage. Oh, we got choices. Alright, from the top to the Broken Tower. On the northern shores of the island, where the frozen ocean once stretched to the horizon, stand the remains of a tower. Here lived a great magician who advised the King of Atlantis in matters of the sublime. There is very little left of the once impressive structure. To anyone else, it would be a pile of rubble, covered in black, dried-out moss. But you can see a glimpse of its past, of the craft that went into its making. By the tower stands the ghost of the magician, awaiting you. Oh, I love talking to ghosts. Let's talk to a ghost. A great marvel was revealed to me in this tower, the magician says. A glimpse of the sublime. And although I am dead and my soul has spent an aeon under the sea, that vision is not lost to me. Even now, I could summon it and reveal its fully. He pauses. If I do, I will finally witness the sublime in all its glory, he says. But I believe that in this moment, my soul will be annihilated. Is that a fate I should embrace or reject? Wow, that is up to you. Are you tired of living? In which case, embrace annihilation. But I think you should not enforce annihilation of the self on other people. So I'm going to say it's sin. But rejecting the quest for the sublime is also sin, the magician says, hesitant. Our grasping for the sublime is what makes us more than animals. Make your own sublime instead. Sure. The magician laughs out loud, startled by your suggestion. Make my own! How unambitious, he chortles. And yet, what an idea. What a fascinatingly mad idea. So mad that perhaps it's worth trying. Sure, I'll take a magician. I will join you gladly, the magician says. I would like to see some of the wonders you have brought from the sky. Cool, so that's it for the Broken Tower. No more Broken Tower. The Lost Shore. Your journey takes you to a wasteland that was once a beach where children from the Atlantean capital of Luna came to play. Here stands the ghost of the poet, contemplating the dying sun that fills the sky. I never completed my great work, he says. There were too many priests and censors who interfered, who did not allow me to create what I intended because they feared the free and true expression of poetic genius. And then came the earthquakes and the waves, and long ages under the sea, and now this time of burning death. Yet still I long for its completion, and my soul imagines what could have been. I definitely don't agree with fatalism. You must refuse to accept your death and find a way of completing the great work. All art is irrational, the poet says. It is not even the opposite of reason, but beyond reason, and so is defiance of death, even by the dead themselves. We are gone, we do not exist, and yet we refuse to surrender. Perhaps that is what is called faith. Poet, join me? Thank you. I have remained too long in this place, the poet says. Cool, we've captured a magician and a poet. I'm gonna run out of Pokeballs soon, I think. To the owls! The sun grows bigger and brighter. Time is running short. Your next stop is the Temple of the Owl. All I have to do is convince these ghosts not to commit suicide? I think I can do that. Your next stop is the Temple of the Owl, the greatest scientific institution of old Atlantis. Here, the ancients tried to understand the secret laws of the cosmos, although their studies did not advance far enough to prevent their fate. The ghost of the scientist awaits you in the ruins. I have not rested in death, the scientist tells you. In fact, death has provided ample opportunity for study. I have learned much about the machinery of creation. He hesitates. I would like to join you, but I fear that the truth I have discovered will offend and outrage many. The time of such outrage is past. Ha! So the truth matters more than anything is a thing I like, but also that outrage should not prevent compassion. I like that better. Brave words, though few can endure their consequences. Still, even merely speaking them is bold. So I will join you and hope that you will stand by them. 3 out of probably 5. Journey to the Temple of Serpents. You make your way to the Temple of Serpents, which once was the greatest hospital in all of Atlantis. The sick and the injured came here from all across the island, hoping that salvation could be found in its halls. All that is left of the temple is a labyrinth of low walls, and the ghost of the physician waiting for you. It is faint, barely visible. Oh, let's explore the labyrinth. No, let's speak to the physician first? No, let's explore the labyrinth first. Come back to the physician later. In what was once the Great Hall, you discover an inscription. It reads, "Do good for all in the present, for the past cannot be changed. The future cannot be known, and everything that lives is holy." "I worked here day and night for many years, and I saved countless lives," the physician says. "And yet, of all the lives that I saved, only one survived the death of the island. A young messenger who escaped on one of the ships thanks to another's sacrifice. And I have wondered many times since, was my work in vain? The burden of this question is eroding my soul." Alright, yeah, I'll tell about the inscription. I got an inscription. Yeah, have an inscription. The physician's eyes widen, and he becomes more visible. "You are right," he says. "That is the creed of the Temple of Servants, to do good in the present, which is all one can ever do. I had forgotten that. Thank you for reminding me. Join?" "I will join you," the physician says. "There is still good I can do, even as a ghost." "It is good to see you, brother," the magician says. We have 4 friends to the ancient farmlands. This soil used to be rich, life-giving. Generations of humans relied on it to survive. Then the waves came, and after the waves, the dying sun. Now that all life is gone, something has been revealed underneath the soil. A city of unimaginable antiquity. The ghost of the farmer waits in its ruins. "The city is older than the capital," the ghost tells you. "It is older than Atlantis itself. When our most distant ancestors huddled in terror before thunder and lightning, this city was already old. And yet, this city is not foreign to us. We too are its citizens." He looks directly at you, and there is a light in his eyes that is not of this world. "Are you willing to swear fealty to this city, across the boundaries of time and space?" "No. I don't know what the city stands for. I can't make that decision without more information." "And the city will not be there for you when you need it, and you will fail. But you are young, so very young. You will find the city elsewhere, in time, and have another opportunity." The ghost fades into nothingness. Curses! Only 4 of 5. To the palace. The palace once stood in the very heart of Luna, the capital of Atlantis. Here, the greatest artists and craftsmen of that long-forgotten era built marvels and luxuries that would astound even a traveler from the distant future. But these things, like everything else, are gone now. Only a single remnant of the Atlantean world remains, though it is perhaps the most precious. A great mosaic telling the history of Atlantis. Before it waits the ghost of the king. "I tried to be a good man," the king says. "To be kind, to balance justice with mercy, to honor the gods, to support the peasant and the scholar alike. And yet I failed. Why?" All kings must fail, but it is not your fault that you were born a king. The king considers your words. "I hope that in the future you've built amongst the stars there are no kings," he says. "And no servants either, but only free citizens. Join me?" The king lays his ghostly crown aside. "I will join you, but only as a man." Alright, 5 of 6. The mosaic is a work of superb beauty, a great work of history and humanity. In it, you see reflected all the hardship, tragedy, hope, triumph, and heartbreak of your ancestors. This is what you came to find. You cannot retrieve the mosaic alone. The forces of time are too powerful. The strength of a single person is not enough. Even with the help of the ghosts, you cannot pry the mosaic loose from the morass of history. But you succeed at removing a large part depicting the golden age of the island. It'll have to do. A strange, bittersweet feeling fills your heart as you return to your ship. You did not fail, yet so much was lost. Could you have done better? Should you have? As the sun engulfs the earth, you wonder what will be remembered of your own time. The end. Okay. I don't really feel the need to 100% return to Atlantis, but that's neat. So presumably, all of the others, here we go. Argument Simulator. I knew there was going to have to be different vibes here. We were going to have to go for something comedic and something more mechanical versus something kind of more poetic and more prosaic. A short, punchy work of games as commentary. Do you agree with the conclusion it suggests? Would you like to have an argument? Argument Simulator. Credits? Written and designed by Guta, 972. Sweet. Start it up. Choose your character. Library assistant. Alright, sounds great. Choose your argument. It's false. That's the opposite of the truth. You're wrong. No, you are. I can contradict you. I don't accept the underlying logic of your contradiction. Ooh, so many things I can question. I question axiomatic principles. That sounds like a good time. Your question begs your assertion. All right, I feel like this can go on for a while, but let's find out what we agree on. Okay, feels like a good idea for us to understand one another better. Game over. Thank you for playing Argument Simulator. Would you like to play again? I'm cool. I'm cool. And what do we have over here? Jefferson Goldboom and the Spectre of Modernity. Oh, no. Another story in the much celebrated Jefferson Goldboom shared universe originated in Gehenna. It maintains the characteristic writing style of the series, but focuses on a new set of themes. Spectre of Modernity. Wow. I don't know that superhero Jefferson Goldboom can handle philosophy, but we'll see. A true story. Credits? Written and designed by Rat, dedicated to Mac. You, Jefferson Goldboom, deftly step out of your charging pod and walk into the main lobby of the Goldboom Institute. It is a humble abode, filled with a small 4-seater sofa, a table, a coffee bar, and an arboretum. Ginny HD, your fiancée and leading member of the Kazarati Weierstrass Jazz Ensemble, greets you from the sofa, while Frankie Soy Sauce waves from the coffee bar, and the Velociraptor John Malcolm drives out of the arboretum on his motorcycle, wearing his green armored t-shirt. Well, let's speak to the fiancé first. Oh, Jefferson, cries Ginny HD. Good morning. Good morning, Ginny HD, you reply. Did you sleep well, my darling? Oh, Jefferson, I slept most dreadfully. Why is that? Is your charging pod too hard? No, Jefferson, that's not it at all, Ginny HD warns. My charging pod is very comfortable. I don't know why I slept so poorly, but I woke up on this small 4-seater sofa, which is strange, because I went to sleep in my room. You think about this carefully while stroking your guitar. Ginny HD has no problem recharging most nights. You're about to reply when a klaxon resounds throughout the Goldboom Institute. Well, a klaxon's just getting in my way. Is this a takeoff of Buckaroo Banzai? Probably. Alright, klaxons are annoying, so we'll shut that off. You walk over to the computer terminal and attempt to shut down the klaxon, but the machine refuses to accept a command without the correct password. John Malcolm revs up his motorcycle, a sure sign that he is deeply worried. Jefferson, you have to do something about this noise! Shoot the klaxon. That sounds like it'll work. You try to aim your gun at the machine before you inconveniently remember that you don't have a gun. Oh no! Cries Ginny HD. Jefferson, don't you remember that you're a pacifist now? You must do something else against this dreadful noise! The klaxon bleats louder as though to mock your pacifistic ways. Oh no, my gun! Alright, I'll guess the password. You try to guess the password using the unbreakable cipher 654321 passed down by your ancestors, but the central computer system tells you that the password must contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, a symbol, a number, and a hieroglyph. Ah, drat! Frankie Soy Sauce shrieks. Jefferson, what will you do now? Play the guitar. I like guitars. You unsling your guitar from your back and check the strings to make sure that they are in the proper order. Then you take a heroic stance, with your chest puffed out, your legs splayed wide, and your guitar held heroically aloft. You play a chord, a perfect chord, followed by another equally perfect chord, and another, and another. As always, all the chords that you play are perfect. This is your greatest burden. Mollified, the klaxon shuts itself off. I am actually I know that Buckaroo Banzai exists, but I don't actually know anything about it. But, this is cool. You turn from the now silenced central computer console and look at your team, who are all gazing back at you with varying levels of wonderment in their eyes. Ah, an appropriate amount of adoration for Jefferson Goldboom, guitar player extraordinaire. Alright, what's up with the klaxon? John Malcolm dismounts his motorcycle with an air of certainty and queries the central computer console with sure taps of his reptilian claws upon the keyboard. Jeff Goldblum played Buckaroo Banzai? Rockstar superhero physicist. Like you do. Yeah, no, that makes sense. It seems, John Malcolm says, that the sensors have detected a threat of galactic magnitude. Oh no! Cries Ginny HD, while Frankie Soy Sauce drops his cup of joe in fear. Alright, what's going on? A shudder goes through John Malcolm's magnificent plumage. Something far more dangerous than anything we've encountered so far, Jefferson, he proclaims. Oh, John Malcolm, what is it? Exclaims Ginny HD. What could it possibly be? We've already defeated the dastardly Dr. Elion. What could be more dangerous than him? This time, my friends, John Malcolm says after a pause of precisely 2.5 seconds, we will be up against the specter of modernity. Take action! I don't need information. I am a man of action. Friends, humans, dinosaurians, countrymen! Possessed by a sudden urge to act, you jump up on the coffee maker, much to Frankie Soy Sauce's dismay. We cannot let this threat to our very way of life go unanswered. No! We must stand against this specter and not yield until we are victorious. Will you stand with me? Yes, my darling, anything for human world, cries Ginny HD. Friend, you know that I will stand by you until the bitter end, adds John Malcolm solemnly. For coffee, shouts Frankie Soy Sauce, and for love! But, asks Ginny HD after the shouting and swearing of fealty is done, how will we prevail? The specter of modernity is too powerful for you to fight it on your own. Of course she's right, as she usually is. I'm taking the raptor with me, are you kidding me? Jefferson, I'm honored that you would choose me as your companion on this quest, John Malcolm says, flapping his flightless, sparsely feathered arms in gratitude. Together we'll defeat the specter of modernity, and our adventures will live on in song for generations to come. Tell me, friend Jefferson, where shall I take us on my motorcycle? Oh, and he has a motorcycle, too! That's a good idea. Good thing he has a motorcycle. Let's go to the jungle. We gotta collect bits, and then we can go face the specter of modernity, probably. John Malcolm's motorcycle carries you and your dinosaurian friend swiftly across mountains and dales until you arrive in the heart of the great jungle. Friend Jefferson, cries John Malcolm mournfully, the terrain is too uneven for my trusty hog. We must dismount and continue on foot. You walk through the dense foliage, feeling a myriad of eyes upon you, until you arrive at a clearing, in the center of which stands a great mechanical clock tower. You know that nothing good can come from such a terrible machine. Clock tower? If you say so. I'll trust you, game. You have yet to lead me astray. With little other choice left by your treacherous terrain, you approach the tower. The clock's hands reach for you greedily. Is this how clock towers usually work? Oh no. Luckily, the sinister hands bounce off harmlessly on John Malcolm's armored t-shirt. Aha, you cry. I think you'll find that humans and dinosaurians will not be conquered quite so easily. You strum your guitar and John Malcolm calls for his brethren, the birds that live abundantly within the jungle, and together you bring the tower down. We are victorious, John Malcolm proclaims, only for his lipless reptilian smile to fall when he gazes upon your worried face. What is it, Jefferson? This wasn't the specter of modernity, old friend. This was only its lieutenant. The true battle lies ahead of us still. But then you picked up a warped and twisted piece of metal in your fleshy hands and grin grimly. But maybe now that we know what stuff our adversary is made of, we stand a chance against him. Is there more stuff in the jungle? It's just the same set of dialogues. Fascinating. Okay, let's go to the islands. John's motorcycle isn't swift enough to carry you across the turbulent waves that surround the islands. Together, you stand on the shore, gazing out across the vast expanse of choppy water. I'm sorry, friend, bemoans the dinosaurian mournfully. My armored t-shirt makes it impossible for me to swim, and my motorcycle is not made to crush these waves. I have doomed our endeavor from the start. My reptilian brother, you say, resting your human hand upon John Malcolm's scaly shoulder. I would rather have failed with you than succeeded at someone else's side, for we will be friends until the bitter end, no matter what the future may hold. We just need to confront the Spectre as best we can with the tools at our disposal. Icy Mountains? After a long day of travel, you arrive at the Icy Mountains. The Great Mountains are barren of plants and animal life, but they are beautiful in their own way, jagged and cragged and rugged, peaked with snow and gouged to the bedrock by merry little streams. But there seems to be nothing that could be useful in defeating the Spectre of Modernity. Well, says your companion, what now? Or John, obviously. I think we should continue, you say humbly. Don't you agree? Jefferson! So it has come to this! The motorcycle-riding reptilian sighs. Together we stand at the end... This is really bombastic. I kind of love it. Together we stand at the end of the world. Figuratively and literally. Dinosaurians and humankind united in one last quest to save us all. And our only logical way is forward and onward. You hum in agreement. This is a beautiful thought. I'm not sad that it is you that I find myself with here at the end, John Malcolm continues. Just look upon this great otherworldly beauty before us. A specter of modernity only sees the future, but these mountains have seen our entire past, and they have never bowed to change. Dear God, aren't they majestic, old friend? You are about to respond, but before you can open your mouth, the ground before you gapes open, and a horrendous yet oddly beautiful figure with glowing red eyes and mighty antlers emerges from the depths. Who dares summon the dear God? It howls in a voice echoing as if in a deep cavern. It sounds like we should attempt to explain the misunderstanding, right? He sounds like a good dude. He'll figure it out. As the dust settles, you see before you a mighty white stag with glowing red eyes and golden antlers. You tremble bodily and quake in your boots as the apparition gazes upon you. Who hath summoned me? The deer booms. What foolish mortal dares to disturb my slumber? Oh, great antlered one, you say earnestly. Your awakening is not the result of intent, but of homophony. Oh, right. Dear God. I get it. I get it. That's awful. That's really, really atrocious. The antlered creature cocks its head and its eyes flash menacingly, but it does not otherwise react. Ask for your help? We are on a quest to destroy the specter of modernity, and we would ask for your help in our noble cause. And why would I help you, foolish mortal? Talk about umami. How could I not talk about umami? Because, you say, clutching your guitar sincerely to your chest. Because of umami? The great antlered one blinks. Come again. Umami, one of the 5 basic tastes? The beast laughs, and it sounds like the mountains are trembling. The very ground rumbles beneath your feet. How foolish of you, Jefferson Goldboom, to think that a herbivore deity could care about the savory taste. Begone, and don't come back here again, puny human. And with that, the dear god vanishes back into the ground. Well, that didn't work. Alright, I guess we'll go and confront the Spectre of Modernity. When you approach the lair of the Spectre of Modernity, you decide to leave your companion behind, knowing that you cannot risk another life in this final confrontation. Sometimes heroes have to stand alone. Inside the mechanical lair, the Spectre of Modernity waits for you, sitting translucently on a titanium throne. The Spectre of Modernity, you murmur through gritted teeth. We meet at last. You are mistaken, Professor Dr. Goldblum. Wow, Professor and Doctor? The Spectre of Modernity says. We have met many times before. I am your father and your mother. I'm going to need more information about that. Who do you think inspired you to add the power of electricity to your guitar? Who upgraded Ginny from SD to HD? Who indeed deciphered the mathematical secrets of the chords, that arcane knowledge upon which some of your greatest adventures depend? It was your I was your ally all along, Jefferson. The foul wizard of crime has conspired to turn you against me. It was he who enchanted your klaxon. Wizard of crime? Okay, you want to point the finger at the wizard of crime? That actually makes a lot of sense. Let's, I'm happy to attack a wizard of crime. No biggie, says the Spectre. Now, let us defeat the wizard of crime together. Even now, he conspires to steal all that you have accomplished with the power of his enchantments that confuse the mind. Wow. Dang, that sounds awful. You rush back to the Goldboom Institute, where you find the Wizard of Crime taking advantage of the absence of your heroic friends, out seeking other ways to stop the Spectre of Modernity, to rifle through your belongings. He is surprised to see you. I see my scheme has failed. Curses! Were it not for that scheming Spectre, I would have stolen all your wealth and added it to my ever-growing hoard. For that is my scheme, to steal and steal until the whole world is mine! And so you arrest the foul sorcerer instead of the development of human potential, and become good friends with the Spectre of Modernity. Just call me Mo, the Spectre says. I'm sure we'll have many wonderful adventures together. The end. What a twist! Alright, well that was cool. And hey, turns out the Spectre of Modernity isn't too bad. Maybe modernity okay. Alright, what else am I doing here? I was supposed to talk to Cornelius, right?
Okay.
Cornelius is out here somewhere. Are you okay? You don't want to talk. That's fine. Mostly people don't want to talk. Oh, hey! Hey, Helga! Helga, I want to chat with you.
1K. What can I do for you?
Do I have 1,000 credits yet?
Whoa. Inner peace doesn't come cheap.
Been watching a text adventure for the last few minutes, and now you're confused. Credits. What is this game? So this is the Talos Principle II. It is a game primarily about puzzle solving, but it's also got a lot of philosophy and commentary in it.
So, something else perhaps?
No, we're good. I've already done future predictions. I'm cool with no more future predictions.
Before you go, do you have a moment to participate in some customer feedback?
I really don't.
Are you satisfied with what I've given you?
You've given me nothing. No, you're cool.
Yes. You understand. Words manifest the reality they describe. When you name something, you create it.
You have
Our
happened
minds are
to
algorithms,
arrive...
and the right sequence of
talking
language
about?
can change our underlying code.
Oh.
With that
actually
in
things.
mind, I hope you have a good day.
You too, Helga.
Please come back if you need anything
Yeah,
else.
Summer, you've managed to arrive in between the puzzle-solving action. There was a dramatic moment, the storyline, actual dramatic story event, and now we're back at home base, talking to all the robots and trying to figure out what's going on. Hello, Atal. What do you have to say for yourself?
1K, welcome back to the city. As you can tell, your discoveries have had quite the impact.
I heard your speech.
I decided to take a stand. It started with our cats. Damien and I have had a lot of them over the decades, and I've watched every last one of them grow old and die.
Mad respect
And
for
that got me
cats.
thinking about our responsibilities towards other life forms.
Ah.
What's life to most living creatures? Fear, hunger, pain, and in the end, death. Involuntary cessation of existence. That's horrifying, 1K. Horrifying.
All right,
we
I
are the
mean,
only
death
ones
pretty
who can make it
horrifying,
better.
agreed. So what do you want to do about it?
If suffering is evil, and it is, then our responsibility is to lessen it. Not only in ourselves, but everywhere. I don't think we
Unnecessary
can
suffering is
eliminate it, but we can
evil. I
lessen
agree
it,
with
and
that.
we have to.
I don't know about natural. But yeah, okay, lessening suffering pretty good. Answer's clearly RoboCats. I mean, there's probably some way to uplift the cats and give them extended lifespan. Whether that means turning them into robots or not, I don't know. Would you say this is our purpose?
In a way, yes.
Sure.
I don't think it's our exclusive purpose, but it's a role that falls to any sentient species capable of developing science and technology.
Cool. I'm on board. Prevent suffering.
It's more than most people do. But that might be changing.
Alright, good talk. Somebody out here wanted to talk also. Chansey. Who are you?
Are you enjoying our gardens?
Sure. To be honest, no, not especially. No, the gardens are lovely. Good gardens. You've done good work here with the
All
gardens.
the great secrets are right there, you know.
What?
You can watch the tiniest of seedlings grow, flourish, and die. But it's the pattern of all things that you're really seeing.
Oh. You have a flair for the dramatic.
I suspect we see the world through quite different lenses.
I suspect that's absolutely
Sometimes
true.
I imagine myself as an old oak tree. I watch
is
the
that why
life
you've
which
got all the
grows
green?
around me. I see the ivy, the moss, the fungi, leaching my nutrients as they go. And I don't blame them. I'm delighted by how life seems so different from me can somehow be the same as me. This old oak tree drinks water from the ground. They drink their water from me. They shrivel and die in a single season. But I shrivel and die over centuries. What kind of plant would you be, I wonder?
Let me tell you. All right, I'm ready to tell him. Rosebush, a cactus, perhaps. A fruit plant of some sort. A delicious or medicinal herb. A root vegetable. I don't think I would be a root vegetable. I would be a moss. Moss gets everywhere. I want to explore and see the world.
So you're fragile?
No.
But voracious?
Sure.
But that's exactly what I thought you were.
Oh, really?
These patterns, they flow through all of
I'm
us
happy
the
to hear
same.
that.
Yet they always come out different.
Why
Our
tend to be
ancestors grew plants for their colors, their tastes, and their general utility. It is said they could identify a fruit based on the flavor of the air alone. Our senses may not be so honed.
The flavor of
but we're
the
no
air.
less evolved from the same natural world.
It's a hell of a way to think about sense.
Thank you for stopping by, 1K.
You're welcome.
I'm sure we'll meet again.
What a weird game. It definitely has its moments. The majority of this stuff that we're doing here, all of this is fluff. All of this is pretty optional. The majority of the gameplay is puzzles. And I don't know. I'm not sure if we're gonna get back to those by the time my stream is over. But we'll see. Alright, have a good sleep. Thanks for dropping by. It's not it's not
Cornelius. What are you doing here? I assume it has something to do with your expedition?
Fluffing.
I must admit I haven't been following the
I
news.
do enjoy exploring.
Sorry, been a little lost lately.
Are you okay?
No, not really.
As
when you
expected.
asked me what I would do now that my job is redundant, I don't know. I guess I hadn't thought about it. I had just focused on getting there. And after you left, it all just rushed over me.
Oh no. I
the
broke
truth
her.
is, I don't know who I am without this. Creating new life, guiding people into existence. That's who I am. More importantly, I think that's who I want to be. And if we stop growing, that's the one thing I can't be anymore. That's why I wanted to talk to Cornelius. He was there at the beginning. He knows where we came from. I thought he might help me understand where I could go next.
You shouldn't have to give up who you are.
Thank you, 1K. I don't want to. I liked who I was. Who I still am. Now, you said you were looking for Cornelius?
That's accurate.
Oh, that's... well, I suppose it shouldn't really come as a surprise. They were very close, you know.
I've heard some of the
After she
stories.
disappeared, he went away for a long time. On a research expedition, he said. To be honest, everyone assumed he was working out his grief over being left behind. Many of the first companions were deeply shocked by her decision, particularly Byron.
Yeah, Byron has been having some issues, all right.
That's the thing. I wanted to talk to him about my future, but he wasn't responding to my messages. So I came here to talk to him, and he seems to have vanished.
That sounds problematic.
No. The truth is that for the longest time, he barely left the museum. He was always at his terminal, working day and night. I asked him what he was doing once, and he said he was saving the past.
Wow. Cold. Sorry. Well, it feels like this is going to end with can I access his terminal. So let's ask if we can if his house was checked first.
I did, on my way here. And I messaged most of his other friends. He doesn't seem to be anywhere in the city at all.
Uh-oh. Can I access his terminal?
I suppose so. It seems a little unethical, but then it is just his work terminal, right?
Sure. Whatever
Good
you
luck
whatever
with
you
everything,
gotta
1K.
tell yourself to make this okay.
And thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
Yeah, no problem. Sounded like you needed it. Purple. What's up, Purple?
Dude, you're back from the island. I'm so glad
I forgot
you're okay,
that Purple
dude.
was a surfer.
Especially after what happened to Byron.
Oh. How's the situation in New Jerusalem?
Lately, a lot of folks have been saying maybe that Byron dude is right after all. Like,
There
maybe
you go.
to really be excellent to each other, we have to build something new and bodacious. Don't know what'll happen now that he's had that bogus accident.
Have you met Cornelius?
Yeah, I come here all the time. He's a wise dude. I've asked him a lot of dumb questions, and he's always taken the time to answer them.
How nice of him. Oh, have a nice day, dude. So, Cornelius's stuff is over here, is it? Oh, this is Cornelius's terminal. I'm gonna... Every rose has its thorn. I don't remember the rest of that poem. It was from Grosse Point Blank, wasn't it? Notes, okay. Lab location inaccessible. Deliberate? Unclear. User profile? Yes. Gold puzzles as barrier? Yes. Hidden as self-protection? Likely. Lab location inaccessible. Gold puzzles as barrier. It's a Poison song as done by Bill and Ted in their bogus journey. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. I've seen Bogus Journey a lot. You'd think I would remember Bogus Journey quotes. Trust 1K? Undecided. Applicable to Calvin? No. Applicable to Sarabai with Noema? Yes. I don't remember who Calvin and Sarabai are. Gold puzzles as barrier. So in theory, if I solve all the puzzles and then get through the gold puzzles, I'll be able to access Athena's lab.
So this is what Cornelius was working on?
What was it?
Strange. It looks a bit like the blueprints for the Somnodrome, but no, it's not quite that. Is he trying to isolate something in the buffer? Maybe Melville can make sense of it, but I think this might be a dead end.
I need to finish up with the mayor. You can head back to the VTOL whenever you're ready. I'll meet you there. No rush, though.
Shmilev. Are these old text adventures? Files available for comparative analysis. Nope. I think I'm done here. Back to the VTOL. Alright, I am more in for puzzles than robot philosophy shenanigans. So let's just head back to the VTOL.
Hey!
Hello? You want to chat? Nah, cool.
We must listen to the wisdom of the ancient writers, or we will fail the Founder's trial.
Founder's
The
trial.
megastructure must be rejected.
How is that failing? How is rejecting the megastructure passing the Founder's trial? What even is the Founder's trial? What do you know about the Founder, my dude? Listen to the ancient writers. We must be humble. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Alright.
You are the Founder's chosen, but you are in grave danger of going astray. Heed my words, 1K. If you fail this trial, a year from now, New Jerusalem will lie in ruins.
No pressure, though. And you know this how?
Anyone can see the truth if they are willing to open their eyes. Have you not read the books of our ancestors?
I have
In
been
every
alive
one of
for
them,
about a day now.
The same story is told, again and again, that the pursuit of knowledge can only lead to death and grief.
This story, okay.
That is what all the great ancient visionaries foresaw. Listen to their warnings. Seek happiness in tranquility and avoid ambition.
I feel like we've just had this discussion. That can easily become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you can no longer imagine a better future, you cannot build one.
The very idea of a better future is what's rotten. That is what the ancients were trying to tell us.
It can never
All the
get
problems
better?
of the world come from those who think the world needs to be improved.
So we shouldn't try to make things better.
Yes, Progress is a fantasy. Things never truly change. All we can do is prevent our hubris from making things worse.
Wow. So was building New Jerusalem a mistake? What a guy. I want nothing to do with him. I'm a little surprised I didn't run into Doge yet. Maybe Doge will ambush me on the way to the VTOL like last time. Oh, I have a skip button. That's cute.
K, could you join us for a quick debrief?
Oh, Linux is over here.
Attending today are advisors from engineering, the archive scholars, and Helga.
And Helga.
Yes, don't mind me. I'm just an admirer of governmental transparency.
Yes, well. While the mayor is briefed by Alcatraz, he's asked us to review recent events. Byron's loss has unsettled us all. It may be too dangerous to allow this expedition to continue.
Strong veto to that. Alright, so we do have an option that says we should leave that island well alone. But all of the other 5 are not that option. I'm going to be true to 1K here, but I'm really curious what happens if you click this button. So 1K's thoughts are definitely on this last one. That island is one big puzzle that is halfway solved. However, I don't think that's the best argument, but I'll just be true to 1K. I don't know that it matters what I say.
It is all deliciously mysterious, isn't it?
Let's not forget the dam's falling apart. We can't depend on hydro forever. With just a fraction of the power that island can generate, we could grow this city into a planetary society.
Or, quite possibly, destroy ourselves in the process.
We should beware the fate of those who wield power beyond their reckoning. No, we can do good. Just do good instead of being dumb.
Wise words from one so young. Yet I submit that island holds secrets far more valuable than mere energy generation.
What could be more important?
Athena?
The Somnodrome, of course.
Oh, not
If we could
Athena.
find a working model, it would herald a sea change in our moral and self-understanding. The question of how we should build New Jerusalem would simply be moot.
Do tell?
The Somnodrome was supposed to let us interact with our own subconscious code. It's a cool idea, but it wouldn't necessarily solve all our problems.
My own studies prove that we operate on an intrinsic moral logic. It's what makes us human. But our access to it is only indirect. Our ancestors created art, philosophy, and parable to help bridge that gap. The Somnodrome would help us to cut out the middleman and ask the source directly. We would finally have an answer to the great moral questions.
So, it's a newfangled way to make the same old mistake of judging who's good and who's bad.
We're fortunate 1K preserved the Somnodrome for our study.
That's
Initial data suggests it was a prototype with substantial design flaws. But there may be a working device elsewhere on the island.
I don't think
Then
the
the question
Somnodrome
is,
solves any problem.
What would 1K do if they found it?
I would let scholars investigate.
Yes, our wisdom will be essential in unraveling its secrets.
You're not the only people who can read a line of code, Rand.
You all sound so sure of what's best for this city. Do you ever think you might be so busy changing the world for the better, you'll forget how to see that it's perfect already?
Is it perfect already?
So clearly there are different perspectives in the room.
Is it perfect
The only
now?
way we are going to move forward is if the team gets back out there. 1K. I believe Alcatraz is waiting for you at the VTOL. We'll be keeping an eye on your stream from here.
Happy to be of service. I hope that was helpful. I think I was supposed to be backing up Linux. I think Linux is my my contact in the conspiracy. That's definitely not a conspiracy. The extremely not occult conspiracy.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What do you think?
They all sound very promising, of course. Apparently, it's possible to just magic things into existence now.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
What is the cost, 1K?
We don't know
There's
yet.
always a cost.
Yeah, I suppose we don't know yet. All right, well, I don't need to stop him just to be like, I have to rescue Byron, so I guess let's go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
That's what I am, a citizen.
What did the mayor say?
I convinced him that we need to keep going until we found Byron.
Did he want us to leave him behind?
No, he's just concerned for our safety. And he's right to be. But we're going back anyway.
All right, respect. I'm glad that Alcatraz has at least that amount of backbone in him.
Great trials lie ahead of you, my child.
Yeah?
But your choices will determine the future.
Cool. I love determining the future with my choices. It's my favorite thing.
Melville, are you receiving?
Yep. Welcome back to the mysterious island, everyone.
How's the situation?
Whatever Byron did seems to have sent the whole system into some kind of lockdown. I can't access any of the terminals, although I suspect 1K still could.
Why would that be the case?
When 1K connected to the data stream, the system assigned him a user profile. The rest of us are locked out, which means I'll need your help, 1K, because a lot of stuff doesn't seem to be working.
Well, all right.
Okay. Check it out.
I
and see
guess
what you can fix.
I've got a
But
job
please
to
remember,
do.
what matters most is finding Byron.
Okay, so that means getting access to the megastructure, which means solving a whole bunch of puzzles, which I am here to assist. Activate tower 0 of 3. Too real, too real. Alright, to the new areas, right? Southern Coast, South 1. 82112, as expected. Verdant Canyon, 82112. Circular Oasis, 82112. Alright, well, let's start with Southern Coast, I suppose, and see if we can't find some more stars.
1K, I'm sending you a little software upgrade I put together that should allow you to detect which files will lead to a data stream overload.
Ah, good.
Unfortunately, I'm not doing this to help you avoid them. In fact, I'm gonna need you to search for more. I'm sorry about that. But if we're going to unlock all the systems that aren't responding, you'll have to connect to the data stream. Possibly more than once.
I'm not
It's the
opposed.
only way for me to get access.
Those have been fine experiences, and they definitely haven't caused me any problems the way that they've caused Byron problems. So, I guess that strong protagonist energy is doing us a favor. Wow, that is a nifty-looking building. That looks very Protoss.
All right, 1K. In this area, there seems to be a problem with the machine that makes the Tetromino bridges.
Oh, really?
That means you can solve the puzzles, but you can't activate the tower. Look for a lab that lets you connect to the data stream.
Acquire more thespian
I'll send you the
gas.
coordinates.
Yeah, this is disabled. This is looking pretty disabled, I agree. Oh, I forgot. I do not want question marks up. I want to explore without having points of interest telling me where to go. Because I am looking for triangles and stars. I don't care about puzzles. Wait, this has a gate. Is that part of the puzzle or not? That is part of the puzzle. But then why does it have a gate to the outside? Oh, I guess it lets me out that way? Oh, a sphinx, eh? Well, then. That is probably a passcode. We've got to figure out how to enable it. Where is that thing going to be? Wow, this place looks very, like, the futuristic design amidst the, like, kind of Joshua Tree looking brushland is really interesting. Yo, Rubber Ducky, thank you so much for the 58 months of continued support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. 2 months to go, right? Good progress. Is there something up here? Could be something up here. Easy to walk up here. Oh, a terminal. Heck yeah. Alright, what you got for me, buddy? You have done 6 puzzles and both lost puzzles. Cool. Hey, it's Lift Trazier 7! Nice.
One day, undoubtedly, an expedition will pass by this island.
Uh-huh. As
it will
has.
seek to document facts and statistics.
No, that's really
to
not what it's
enumerate
about.
reasons for us not to look more closely.
Oh.
That is
You
what we do
think
now.
That's
We
what we're
seek
doing?
facts rather than truth.
I think we're trying
Because
to
truth
have reasons
might
to not be
frighten
here.
and unsettle the comfortable people who like to sit in their conference rooms and debate which corners we should cut today. These people like to imagine the chaos that could come one day, like a comforting fairy tale of distant darkness. But they do not see the chaos that is at our walls right now.
Wow, lifters are
The
not a
chaos
happy
that
person.
also lives within us. A force that is both necessary and appalling.
Lifters are a man of opinions. What's up, Melville?
What is it?
Can you tell me about Cornelius?
He taught me a lot when I was young. Nowadays, people just know him as the museum curator, but back then, he was closely involved with every engineering project, and he was brilliant. When he encountered a problem, he'd always remain calm and keep working at it until he found a solution. I wish I could be that patient.
Why didn't
If
Athena
I
and
had to
Cornelius
guess,
just
I'd say so that Cornelius could still go back for anything they needed. He was always leaving on expeditions anyway, looking for materials for his projects.
Right, what's going on with the megastructure?
Now I suspect Byron is still logged in, and his presence has thrown everything out of whack. Entire subsystems are locked down, and everything that depends on those subsystems is disrupted.
And I'm assuming you haven't heard anything from Byron.
There was a short burst of noise on the frequency we used to communicate, but that could have been anything.
Well, that's not a lot, but alright. You would have to say for yourself.
In the early days, humankind lived in a world of unexplained wonders and terrors. The powers of the elements were understood in terms of gods and spirits. After all, how else could one explain thunderstorms and earthquakes? But as the realm of scientific knowledge expanded, the realm of the mystical began to shrink. The sacred grove, as Hegel wrote, was reduced to mere timber. But as superstition retreated, another thing was lost: meaning. In a purely mechanical universe, people yearned for the comfort provided by gods and spirits. But there was no way back.
But what about the beauty of the universe? the perfection of everything around us. Couldn't they see that?
Stratton.
Not sure I can see that, Miranda. But I do think there was another way, a way forward instead of back. Faith not in an invisible world, but in ourselves, in each other, in the inherent value of consciousness and civilization. They never really found it, but I think that in those last months when their whole species was dying, they caught a glimpse of it. And that's how your mother was born.
Wow. What an ending to that.
Let us consider the city. What is a city?
What is a city?
It is not
nothing but a
from
miserable
the gods,
pile
nor
of
the
secrets.
product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, all cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
Can I teleport to that thing through here? Interesting. How do I close this? How do I open this otherwise? It doesn't look like I have a way to open this otherwise. Ah, I see. Oh, I can put it somewhere. I didn't realize the teleporter was mobile. Okay, that affects things. So that means that I can teleport onto there? If I can use this through there, which seems unlikely. Alright, new plan. Take the teleporter somewhere more relevant. Oh god. So I can teleport to it, huh? Fast. There needs to be a way for these things to interact. Well, let's try taking the teleporter down here and seeing what happens. Can I teleport across a jam? Nope, I cannot teleport across a barrier. I can detach the fan and take it up with me. Aha. That's a good use of the teleporter. So there is, again, an extra item. Put the teleporter here. And then take the fan with me and teleport up. So then I can drop that here. Put the teleporter here. And teleport up with the jammer. Which will let me jam this and go through here. And then I can take the teleporter and the jammer, maybe? Not the jammer. I can't take the jammer, but I can take the fan. And this opens slightly. The problem is getting this across. Right? Like, I don't want this to be here. I want it to be a place where I can teleport back up with it. Because otherwise I feel like I'm going to be trapping myself here. that is an accumulator, looks like. Interesting. Alright, whatever. Let's fall. With the accumulator, what does this accomplish? Oh. The fan. Okay. So now that I have this accumulator, I need a way out of here. Yeah, this is what I was afraid was going to happen, is I was going to fall here and not be able to get out. Alright, so I guess I'm resetting. This is the first time I have had to reset a puzzle. Very neat. Alright, so now go through the same process again. Teleporter here. Bring the fan up with me. This goes here. Teleporter here. Now I can go bring the jammer up with me. So the problem here is the teleporter needs to be like there so I can get back up. Because if the teleporter's here, I can't see it to teleport to it. So what else am I missing here? To be able to teleport to the teleporter like this with the jammer. Can I actually? Maybe. That seems like I might be able to do it. If I can get to the entrance, I can teleport up to here. Let's find out. This looks like it could have worked, but I don't think I positioned it right. One more reset. Teleport here so I can bring the fan with me. Teleport there so I can bring the jammer with me. Jam that bad boy. Teleporter. Honestly, just like dead center here. This needs to be over here as well. Perfect. So, we'll go. Teleporter's still there, which is interesting. But I feel like I may have caused problems. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. One more reset. Here we go. but now I have steps I know I can go through. I'm surprised it didn't fall when the gate opened. Alright, now I just gotta remember to move it next time. Also, from here, where can I put it? It looks like I could put it almost anywhere, honestly. Alright, here. Just jam that. Let's go get... Now I can just jump down here, stand on the thing. Now that it's open, the thing should have accumulated. And it has. Alright, and then I just want to check to see what happens. Okay, cool. That does, in fact, just solve the problem. Perfect.
You know, Wonka, you're not entirely terrible at this.
Thanks, Melville, for the vote of something resembling confidence. The system that runs all the tech on the island. Noema system. Pretty much all the tech on the island, from the puzzles to the megastructures, run by a system called Noema. I've identified a number of obvious commonalities with the software we use in New Jerusalem, enough to be certain that the Noema is descended from our own software, although Athena and Cornelius appear to have upgraded it quite extensively. Noema seems capable of interfacing directly with the user's mind at a deeper level than our own technology, although this functionality is not used consistently. Currently, guest users are locked out of all functions, so only 1K can access the system, although it is also locked out of any admin functionality. Teleportation! Because at this point, why not? In some ways, teleportation is one of the less surprising things we found here, in that at least particle teleportation was known to be theoretically possible. Of course, that's still miles away from these teleporters, which operate on principles that simply contradict what we know of physics. The transfer of matter from one location to another is instantaneous, without an observable wormhole or similar effect. There is, however, a release of exotic particles in the instant of teleportation, which decay within fractions of a second. Yeah, cool. This is my Sphinx reference photo. Cool, well that's one triangle solved. So I'm out here to find more triangles and more stars. Triangles and stars, and maybe labs. That is the point of this expedition. Triangles and stars and labs, and then once we have found all of the triangles and stars and labs in all 3 areas, we'll come back to focus on. Excuse me? Aminals? There's a terminal up there. Maybe we can go talk to the terminal. Fish? I don't think fishing is one of the reasons I am here. But I suppose that is a thing that we can do, maybe. Whoa, what is all that? It was a bunch of like ignored. Error 5358 ignored. God damn it. Alright, what does this do? What did it do?
This is a design for an improved charging station. Fascinating, but not relevant.
Ah, alright, well, cool. Santin Chal Kidi Kid Enexe. What? When I realized it was all really over for good. I decided to take one last trip to my favorite places before the symptoms got too much. I could never forget what they did to Chalkidiki. Chalkidiki. Okay. Sant in Chalkidiki Denexe. This incredible, wild, rugged place between mountain and sea, with pine trees all the way down to the water. Colors, the vistas, the sheer overwhelming beauty of it all. And they just built all over it. Hideous hotels, sprawling like tumors. Obscene beach bars, blaring their awful music across the sea. Even in Kavorotripes. Kavorotripes? Sounds Greek. It was impossible not to hate humanity a little for it. The idea of all of it returning to nature, of the hotels gradually sinking back into the reed fields, was moving and beautiful. But then I went back to Thessaloniki, and for all the ugliness inflicted upon that city, the idea that people would no longer meet up beneath the Camara, or go for long ambling walks on the promenade, or for crepes on Platea Navarino, was unbearably sad. The idea of the rotunda just standing there, empty, after being a sacred place for so many centuries, made me remember that it's not just beaches and forests that are beautiful, that cities can be more than just streets and noise. Cities can have histories and personalities, and that means something. Who am I writing this for? Do I believe there will be survivors after all? Do I think that crazy robot project I heard about will actually work out? Do I hope that aliens will come to our planet one day and wonder who we were? The truth is that I don't know, but there is something in the love we feel for the beautiful things that we built, as much as in our revulsion towards unnecessary destruction, that matters. Why didn't our ancestors understand that you can build in ways that make an area more beautiful instead of ruining it? Even if all they cared about was personal benefit, wouldn't that benefit them more? In the long run, yes. That's a hard one, though. But people rarely think about the long-term consequences, especially if there's an incentive to act immediately. And yet most of them were unhappy with the results. Couldn't they see that it was within their control to act differently? No, they could not. So, since Cornelius seems to be responding to these, maybe a bunch of the other profile failed to loads were Cornelius, now that we know who Cornelius is. Problem solving. LD Armand's Can You Point Me in the Direction of a Better Timeline? Humans are problem solvers is a quote frequently associated with my friend Alexandra Drennan. Become a meme on the internet, used both ironically and not. Though Alexandra, of course, is entirely earnest in her dedication to humanity, she's also capable of being devastatingly sarcastic, but that's another story for another book. It's a great thought and vital to understanding our species. But it's also not entirely as simple as that. Take, for example, the recent extinction of the orangutan and the ensuing conversation about the dangers of unknown pathogens released by human activity. Most of us agree that a problem exists, and significantly, most of us believe that something ought to be done about it. So we've identified the problem, and we have collectively decided to act. So why is nothing happening? That's a serious question. A great deal of effort is expended on raising awareness, but I would like to suggest that sometimes our problem-solving impulses can get stuck on the wrong goals. Awareness is not the issue. We've already convinced people that something needs to change. So if nothing changes, we have to wonder, why is the will of the people not being translated into action? Maybe the problem was that they didn't have enough hope. They could see the problems, but they couldn't imagine that one day those problems could be solved. It's easy for people to get so lost in the problems of the present that they think nothing will ever change. They lost hope because the historical circumstances they found themselves in encouraged despair. But that in turn meant the conditions could not change. How do you go against history itself? This is exactly Malduk's problem. How do you go against history itself? Founding 7, Yemo died today. One moment he was there, wielding a joint on the upper levels of the tower, and the next he was gone. One careless step, that's all it took. Athena brought him to the dam, but even Cornelius couldn't help. Yemo was gone. Now there's only 12 of us. I think about Yemo every day. So do I. You did nothing wrong. You weren't even there. I was. Yikes. Poor Athena. Up, up, up! Parkour! mountain climbing goat. I am not a mountain climbing goat. I am a goat. Parkour has failed me. All right, so where am I going? Where is the rest of this zone? This way. You are no go. Alright, if you insist. Those staircases. Man, the architecture in this game, I swear. Look at this dude. That dude is suffering. What else is that? I'm not here to solve your problems, alright? I got a job to do. I have important work to accomplish, and this triangle is probably part of that. So I guess let's go here. Aerial warp. Oh no. Oh, I gotta come up here with a cube. I see. Hey, look, it's a cube. Oh, that doesn't help, does it? You got no fans. Where do I find fans? Alright, so I guess I gotta put the teleporter down here. Oh, that's awful. Alright. Come with me, teleporter. I'm going to need more than just this teleporter. Can I put it up here? Can I put it on the fan? Does it act as a fan? Nope. Okay, cool. Very cool. Interesting. Put that teleporter back on top. I don't know what else I'm expected to do here, other than interact with the teleporter. There's no teleporter up there. There's no plates for these fans. I cannot get that cube. I can't put the teleporter on here in order to, like, get myself higher up. I can use the teleporter to open this. Is that fan detachable? Oh, if that fan's detachable, then maybe we can do something. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Interesting. Can I get any value out of this? No. Alright, new plan. Tradesies. Right, can't teleport through here, unfortunately. Oh, but I can have that on and then teleport. Yeah, cool. Bonk. Now I have a cube. The cube cannot go under the glass. Okay. take the teleporter up there. Whee! And with the teleporter up here, I can bring whatever I want up here, including a cube and a fan plate. Which lets me get a cube out there. And even a teleporter up there. And that's everything on the outside, which is exactly where I want everything. So now we go get that cube somehow. Oh, I needed the fan plate. No! Hold. Maybe I can still get back in there? Yes. Okay, good. Everything's fine. Everything is not fine. Everything is fine! I need to put the teleporter on top of the cube. And then I can jump there, and then jump there. Okay, we do it on the other side first. To the top! Yeah, extra cube. Love me an extra cube. Give me all that back. I can stick the cube underneath. I forgot that worked. Oh, excuse me. This doesn't quite finish the puzzle, though. Unless I can pick up the cube from the cube stack. Which... let's find out. No, but I can take the teleporter with me. And now I can take the cube with me. So, was your idea correct, Evanok? Expedition Mega Thread. Please post your thoughts on the expedition in this thread and keep it civil. Atal. This is going to be a problem, isn't it? I think the powers that Athena has unlocked are world-changing, and it's our responsibility to use them to lessen suffering for all living things. Oh, Atal is the opposite of a problem. You had it through blowing everything out under the lip? Oh, yeah. I think we're being tested and Byron failed to test. What happened to Byron was an accident. Is there a difference, ultimately? Yes. No one's actually seen Athena or Cornelius or Miranda at the megastructure. They could all still be aliens! Jacques, stick to your guns! Good job, dude. Good job. I feel like we need to at least think about the potential of all these new technologies. Maybe the founder is trying to teach us how to use them. Why is everything malfunctioning on the island now? Is it because of Byron? Logged into the system, his presence may be destabilizing it somehow. Or it's Pandora. She seems to want to stop the team. I honestly wonder if Pandora is just somehow malfunctioning. Like she's supposed to protect the megastructure, but she can't tell friend from foe. The choice of Pandora as a symbol cannot be accidental, and the message is obvious. The megastructure is Pandora's box, and we should not open it. But don't forget, Elwyn, at the bottom of Pandora's box lies hope. Alright, so, real quick, let's do a think about this. The hell do we think this means? Does this look in any way familiar? Does it match anything we've seen in this area yet? Not yet. Alright, as expected. You can't have me bringing teleporters out of the puzzle, I understand. I understand. Do a little bit more running around. Maybe we'll find the other star. Oh, the other star is there. It's just on the map? That's neat. Anytime I say a little more running around, I am signing up for like another half hour of gameplay.
Father, I updated the Noema algorithm. It's working twice as fast now, and I think I can increase matter output by 25% if I tweak the modulator a little. I'm so excited.
Nice to meet you. So excited. I'm Cornelius.
What? Oh, Dad, this is science.
You have no idea how long I've been waiting for the right moment.
Wow. Little baby Miranda. Miranda's so cute. Alright, we'll do Palm Reader, and then we'll call it. Palm Reader, and then it's over. Trevor! Always exciting to meet Trevor again. What do you have to say on the matter?
Today, we were delighted to be visited by a bunch of protesters, these voluntary extinction weirdos who think we're creating soulless monstrosities that will destroy the planet. They broke into the facility and started yelling at everyone. Fun, 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 right? Then one of them lunged at Alex. Big mistake. Chernyshevsky grabbed the guy and literally threw him across the room. I mean, almost threw him all the way off the dam. After that, the rest of them had a change of heart. Now, I'm telling you this because mostly it is not like that. But these people do exist. And somewhere in their shriveled little souls, they think that they're doing the right thing. They think they're being righteous. Now, to me, what Alex is trying to do is an obvious good. But that's not the same for everyone.
True. More error 5358's ignored. From Miranda to Athena. We upgraded the lab with my designs. Synthesizing some of the pieces took longer than expected. We still have some bugs to iron out when it comes to complex structures. But it worked. Now the labs are safer and prettier. Although Father says they look too much like spaceships. I don't see it. Do you? Alright, what does Miranda mean? What is upgrade? Upgrade. Show me upgrade. Within all that is mortal, there is the seed of immortality, for it is an immortal that fashioned it from chaos and void. Sure. Sounds like Miranda's the chosen one. From Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness. The question of our relationship with nature has bedeviled us since the earliest days of our species. Since before the first city was built, we felt that there was something different about us. Animals, we intuited, were part of nature. We were not. This is the problem with sentience. Suddenly you think you're not a part of nature. Suddenly you think you're better than all the other animals. Obviously, we should drop kick sentience and just enjoy nature as we were intended. But of course, humans clearly are the products of nature, our history intertwined with that of every other species. In fact, the very notion of the unnatural is a contradiction in terms. Everything that exists must, by definition, be natural. So this view, no matter how common, is deeply paradoxical. This paradox has produced a great deal of confusion. Some proclaim us chosen by a divine power, set above all other creatures, and are justly accused of arrogance. Others proclaim us sinners, worse than other creatures, and are rightly accused of misanthropy. Others yet try to oppose this binary by saying that we are merely animals after all, but that too is manifestly wrong, in that no other animal is capable of having this conversation. It is in the contentious issue of our impact on the ecosphere that an answer may be found. Other animals have accidentally terraformed the planet before, driving other species to extinction. This is not unnatural. If we continued our current path, even to the point of changing the climate enough to cause the collapse of civilization, that would be entirely in keeping with how animals behave. But there is one profound way in which we are not like animals. We can learn to understand ourselves and the world. It is this knowledge that makes us fundamentally different. We have choices. We have control. There are many today who are afraid of the consequences of control and would prefer a return to a state of animal ignorance. That's a heck of a way of looking at it. Whether by blinding ourselves to the impact of our actions, or by demanding we humble ourselves before nature. This is the response of an adult in crisis who wishes for a return to childhood. But this can only ever be regressive in every sense of the word. Literally, to regress. To resolve the paradox of nature, we must act as adults. Oh, acting as adults, that's the worst. Accept our power and act consciously and deliberately in shaping the world. We must become nature, and nature must become human. This is the heart of the matter, lifting up the world rather than lowering ourselves. But why do so many people so badly want to lower themselves? Do they want to? Or is it simply a convenient pose to strike? Convenient. It is easier. Not having responsibility is a lot easier than having responsibility. Well, that checks out. Alright, I gotta stop this before I'm suddenly still playing at 2 a.m. So we're gonna stop this here.